Section 26 of The Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by dominictreis. Conclusion. Now shortly after that combat betwixt King Arthur and Sir Accalon, the news thereof was brought to Queen Morgana le Fay, and the next day thereafter she heard that Sir Accalon was dead, and she wist not how it could be that her designs could have so miscarried. Then she was a doubt as to how much King Arthur might know of her treachery, so she said to herself, I will go and see my brother, the king, and if he is aware of my treason, I will beseech him to pardon my transgression. So having made diligent inquiry as to where it was that King Arthur lay, she gathered together her court of knights and esquires, and went thitherward. So she came to that place upon the 5th day after the battle, and when she had come there, she asked of those who were in attendance what cheer the king had. They answered her, He is asleep, and he must not be disturbed. To which Queen Morgana le Fay replied, No matter, I am not to be forbidden, for I must presently see him and speak with him. So they did not dare to stay her, because she was the king's sister. So Queen Morgana went into the chamber where the king lay, and he did not waken at her coming. Then Queen Morgana was filled full of hatred and a great desire for revenge, wherefore she said to herself, I will take Excalibur and its sheath and will carry them away with me to Avalon, and my brothers shall never see them again. So she went very softly to where King Arthur lay, and she looked upon him as he slept, and perceived that he had Excalibur beside him, and that he held the handle of the sword in his hand while he slept. Then Queen Morgana said, Alas for this, for if I try to take Excalibur away from him, haply he will awake, and he will slay me for my treason. Then she looked and perceived where the sheath of Excalibur lay, at the foot of the couch. So she took the sheath of Excalibur very softly, and she wrapped it up in her mantle, and she went out thence, and King Arthur did not awaken at her going. So Queen Morgana came out from the king's chamber, and she said to those in attendance, Do not waken the king, for he sleepeth very soundly. Therewith she mounted her horse and went her way from that place. Now, after a considerable while, King Arthur awoke, and he looked for the sheath of Excalibur, but he perceived that it was gone. Wherefore he said immediately, Who hath been here? They in attendance made answer, Queen Morgana le Fay hath been here, and she came in and saw you, and went her way without waking you. Then King Arthur's heart misgave him, and he said, I fear me that she hath dealt treacherously with me from the beginning to the end of these adventures. Whereupon he arose and summoned all his knights and esquires, and mounted his horse for pursuit of Queen Morgana, although he was still passing sick and faint from his sore wounds and loss of blood. Now, as the king was about ready to depart, Vivien came to him where he was, and she said, Lord, take me with thee, for if thou dost not do so, thou wilt never recover Excalibur his sheath, nor wilt thou ever overtake Queen Morgana le Fay. And King Arthur said, Come with me, damsel, in God's name. So Vivien went with him in pursuit of Queen Morgana. Now, by and by, as she fled, Queen Morgana le Fay looked behind her, and therewith she perceived that Vivien was with the party of King Arthur. Wherefore her heart failed her, and she said, I fear me that I am now altogether ruined, for I have aided that damsel to acquire such knowledge of magic that I shall have no spells to save myself from her counterspell. But at any rate it shall be that King Arthur shall never have the sheath of Excalibur again for to help him in his hour of need. Now at that time they were passing beside the margin of a lake of considerable size. So Queen Morgana le Fay took the sheath of Excalibur in both her hands, and swung it by its belt above her head, and she threw it a great distance out into the water. Then lo, a very singular miracle happened, for there suddenly appeared a woman's arm out of the water, and it was clad in white, and it was adorned with many bracelets, and the hand of the arm catched the sheath of Excalibur and drew it underneath the water, and no one ever beheld that sheath again. So the sheath of Excalibur was lost, and that was a grievous thing for King Arthur in aftertime, as you may sometime read. Now after Queen Morgana le Fay had thus thrown the sheath of Excalibur into the lake, she went on a little further to where there was a very lonely place, with a great many rocks and stones lying about upon the ground. And when she had come to that place, she exercised very potent spells of magic that Merlin had taught her. So by means of those spells she transformed herself and all of her court and all of their horses into large round stones of diverse sizes. Then in a little while came King Arthur to that place with his knights and esquires, and he was exceedingly heavy of heart, for he had beheld from a great distance how Queen Morgana le Fay had thrown the sheath of Excalibur into that lake. Now when the king and his court had come to that spot, the damsel Vivien called out upon him to stop, and she said to him, Lord, dost thou behold all those great round stones?
Yea, said the king, I do see them.
Then Vivien said, Lo, those stones are Queen Morgana le Fay and the court who were with her. For this magic that she hath done to change herself and them into stones was a certain thing that Merlin had taught her. Now I myself know that magic, and I also know how to remove that magic at my will. Wherefore, if thou wilt promise to immediately punish that wicked woman for all her treason by depriving her of her life, then I will bring her back unto her true shape again, so that thou mayest have her in thy power. Then King Arthur looked upon Vivien with great displeasure, and he said,
Damsel, thou hast a cruel heart. Thou thyself hast suffered no injury at the hands of Queen Morgana. Wherefore then wouldst thou have me slay her? Now, but for all thou hast done for me, I would be very much affronted with thee. As for her, I forgive her all of this, and I shall forgive her again, and yet again if she sin against me. For her mother was my mother, and the blood which flows in her veins and in my veins cometh from the same fountainhead. Wherefore I will do no evil thing against her. Let us return again whence we came.
Then Vivien looked upon King Arthur very bitterly, and she laughed with great scorn, and said, Thou art both a fool and a dotard. And therewith she vanished from the sight of all. And after that, because King Arthur had rebuked her for her wickedness in the presence of others, she hated him even more than Morgana le Fay had hated him. Some time after that, King Arthur heard how Merlin had been beguiled by Vivien, and he sorrowed with great bitterness that Merlin was lost unto the world in that wise. So endeth the story of the passing of Merlin. End of section 26. Recording by dominictreis. Section 27 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by dominictreis. Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias. Here followeth the story of Sir Pellias, surnamed by many the Gentle Knight. For Sir Pellias was of such a sort that it was said of him that all women loved him without disadvantage to themselves, and that all men loved him to their great good advantage. Wherefore, when in the end he won for his beloved that beautiful lady of the lake, who was one of the chiefest damsels of Faery, and when he went to dwell as Lord Paramount in that wonderful habitation which no other mortal than he and Sir Launcelot of the Lake had ever beheld, then were all men rejoiced at his great good fortune. Albeit all the court of King Arthur grieved that he had departed so far away from them never to return again. So I believe that you will have pleasure in reading the history of the things concerning Sir Pellias, hereinafter written for your edification. Chapter 1. How Queen Guinevere went a-maying, and of how Sir Pellias took upon him a quest in her behalf. Now it befell upon a pleasant day in the springtime that Queen Guinevere went a-maying with a goodly company of knights and ladies of her court. And among those knights were Sir Pellias, and Sir Geraint, and Sir Dinadan, and Sir Aglaval, and Sir Agravaine, and Sir Constantine of Cornwall, and sundry others, so that the like of that court was hardly to be found in all of the world, either then or before or since. The day was exceedingly pleasant, with the sunlight all yellow, like to gold, and the breeze both soft and gentle. The small birds they sang with very great joy, and all about there bloomed so many flowers of divers sorts that the entire meadows were carpeted with their tender green. So it seemed to Queen Guinevere that it was very good to be abroad in the field and beneath the sky at such a season. Now as the queen and her court walked in great joy among the blossoms, one of the damsels attendant upon the Lady Guinevere cried out of a sudden, Look, look, who is that cometh yonder? Thereupon Queen Guinevere lifted up her eyes, and she beheld that there came across the meadows a damsel riding upon a milk-white palfrey, accompanied by 3 pages clad in sky-blue raiment. That damsel was also clad entirely in azure, and she wore a finely wrought chain of gold about her neck and a fillet of gold about her brows, and her hair, which was as yellow as gold, was wrapped all about with bands of blue ribbon embroidered with gold. And one of the pages that followed the damsel bare a square frame of no very great size, and that the frame was enveloped and covered with a curtain of crimson satin. Now when the queen beheld that goodly company approaching, she bade one of the knights attendant upon her to go forth to meet the damsel. and the knight who went forth in obedience to her command was Sir Pellias. So when Sir Pellias met the damsel and her 3 pages, he spake to her in this wise: Fair damsel, I am commanded by yonder lady for to greet you and to crave of you the favor of your name and purpose. Sir knight, said the damsel, I do perceive from your countenance and address that you are some lord of very high estate and of great nobility. Wherefore I will gladly tell you that my name is Parcenet, and that I am a damsel belonging to the court of a certain very high dame who dwelleth at a considerable distance from here, and who is called the Lady Ettard of Grantmesnle. Now I come hitherward desiring to be admitted into the presence of Queen Guinevere. Accordingly, if you can tell me whereabout I may find that noble lady, I shall assuredly be very greatly beholden unto you. Ha, lady, quoth Sir Pellias, thou shalt not have very far to go to find Queen Guinevere, for behold, yonder she walketh, surrounded by her court of lords and ladies. Then the damsel said, I prithee bring me unto her. So Sir Pellias led Parcenet unto the queen, and Queen Guinevere received her with great graciousness of demeanour, saying, Damsel, what is it that ye seek of us? Lady, quoth the damsel, I will tell you that very readily. The Lady Ettard, my mistress, is considered by all in those parts where she dwelleth to be the most beautiful lady in the world. Now, of late, there hath come such a report of your exceeding beauty, that the Lady Ettard hath seen fit for to send me hitherward, to see with mine own eyes if that which is recorded of you is soothly true. And indeed, lady, now that I stand before you, I may not say but that you are the fairest dame that ever mine eyes beheld, unless it be the Lady Ettard aforesaid. Then Queen Guinevere laughed with very great mirth, and she said, It appears to me to be a very droll affair that thou shouldst have travelled so great a distance for so small a matter. Then she said, Tell me, damsel, what is it thy page beareth so carefully wrapped up in that curtain of crimson satin? Lady, quoth the damsel, it is a true and perfect likeness of the Lady Ettard, who is my mistress. Then Queen Guinevere said, Show it to me. Upon this the page who bore the picture dismounted from his palfrey, and, coming to Queen Guinevere, he kneeled down upon one knee, and uncovered the picture so that the queen and her court might look upon it. Thereupon they all beheld that the picture was painted very cunningly upon a panel of ivory framed with gold and inset with many jewels of divers colours. And they saw that it was the picture of a lady of such extraordinary beauty that all they who beheld it marvelled thereat. Hey, damsel, quoth Queen Guinevere, thy lady is indeed graced with wonderful beauty. Now if she doth in sooth resemble that picture, then I believe that her like to loveliness is not to be found anywhere in the world. Upon this Sir Pellias spake out and said, Not so, lady, for I do protest, and am willing to maintain my words with the peril of my body, that thou thyself art much more beautiful than that picture. Hey day, Sir Knight, quoth the damsel Parcenet, it is well that thou dost maintain that saying so far away from Grantmesnle. For at that place is a certain knight, hight Sir Engamore of Malverat, who is a very strong knight indeed, and who maintaineth the contrary to thy saying in favour of the Lady Ettard, against all comers who dare to encounter him. Then Sir Pellias kneeled down before Queen Guinevere, and set his palms together. Lady, he said, I do pray thee of thy grace that thou wilt so far honour me as to accept me for thy true knight in this matter. For I would fain essay an adventure in thy behalf, if I have thy permission for to do so. Wherefore, if thou grantest me leave, I will straightway go forth to meet this knight of whom the damsel speaketh, and I greatly hope that when I find him I shall cause his overthrow to the increasing of thy glory and honour. Then Queen Guinevere laughed again with pure merriment. Sir, quoth she, it pleases me beyond measure that thou shouldst take so small a quarrel as this upon thee in my behalf. For if, so be, thou dost assume so small a quarrel, then how much more wouldst thou take a serious quarrel of mine upon thee? Wherefore I do accept thee very joyfully for my champion in this affair. So go thou presently and arm thyself in such a way as may be fitting for this adventure. Lady, said Sir Pellias, if I have thy leave, I will enter into this affair clad as I am. For I entertain hopes that I shall succeed in winning armour and accoutrements upon the way, in which case this adventure will be still more to thy credit than it would otherwise be. At this the queen was very much pleased that her knight should undertake so serious an adventure clad only in holiday attire. Wherefore she said, Let it be as thou wouldst have it. Thereupon she bade her page, Florian, for to go fetch the best horse that he might obtain for Sir Pellias. And Florian, running with all speed, presently returned with a noble steed, so black of hue that I believe there was not a single white hair upon him. Then Sir Pellias gave adieu to Queen Guinevere and her merry May court, and they gave him adieu and great acclaim, and thereupon he mounted his horse and rode away with the damsel Parcenet and the 3 pages clad in blue. Now when these had gone some distance, the damsel Parcenet said, Sir, I know not thy name or thy condition, or who thou art. Unto this Sir Pellias said, Damsel, my name is Pellias, and I am a knight of King Arthur's Round Table. At that Parcenet was very much astonished, for Sir Pellias was held by many to be the best knight-at-arms alive, saving only King Arthur and King Pellinore. Wherefore she cried out, Messire, it will assuredly be a very great honour for Sir Engamore to have to do with so famous a knight as thou. Unto this Sir Pellias said, Damsel, I think there are several knights of King Arthur's Round Table who are better knights than I. But Parcenet said, I cannot believe that to be the case. Then after a while Parcenet said to Sir Pellias, Messire, how wilt thou get thyself armour for to fight Sir Engamore? Maiden, said Sir Pellias, I do not know at these present where I shall provide me armour, but before the time cometh for me to have to do with Sir Engamore, I have faith that I shall find armour fit for my purpose. For thou must know that it is not always the defence that a man weareth upon his body that bringeth him success, but more often it is the spirit that uplifteth him unto his undertakings. Then Parcenet said, Sir Pellias, I do not believe that it is often the case that a lady hath so good a knight as thou for to do battle in her behalf. To which Sir Pellias said very cheerfully, Damsel, when thy time cometh, I wish that thou mayest have a very much better knight to serve thee than I. Sir, quoth Parcenet, such a thing as that is not likely to befall me. At the which Sir Pellias laughed with great lightness of heart. Then Parcenet said, Hi-ho, I would that I had a good knight for to serve me. To this Sir Pellias made very sober reply, Maiden, the first one that I catch I will give unto thee for thy very own. Now wouldst thou have him fair or dark, or short or tall? For if thou wouldst rather have him short and fair, I will let the tall dark one go. But if thou wouldst have him tall and dark, I will let go the other sort. Then Parcenet looked very steadily at Sir Pellias, and she said, I would have him about as tall as thou art, and with the same colour of hair and eyes, and with a straight nose like unto thine, and with a good wit such as thou hast. Alas, said Sir Pellias, I would that thou hadst told me this before we had come so far from Camelot, for I could easily have got thee such a knight at that place. For they have them there in such plenty that they keep them in wicker cages and sell them for 2 a farthing. Whereat Parcenet laughed very cheerfully and said, Then Camelot must be a very wonderful place, Sir Pellias. So, with very merry discourse, they journeyed upon their way with great joy and good content, taking much pleasure in the springtime and the pleasant meadows whereon they travelled, being without care of any sort, and heart full of cheerfulness and good will. That night they abided at a very quaint, pleasant hostelry that stood at the outskirts of the forest of Usk, and the next morning they departed betimes in the freshness of the early day, quitting that place and entering into the forest shadows. Now, after they had travelled a considerable distance in that forest, the damsel Parcenet said to Sir Pellias, Sir, do you know what part of the wood this is? Nay, said Sir Pellias. Well, said Parcenet, this part of the woodland is sometimes called Arroy, and is sometimes called the Forest of Adventure. For I must tell you it is a very wonderful place, full of magic of sundry sorts. For it is said that no knight may enter into this forest, but some adventure shall befall him. Damsel, said Sir Pellias, that which thou tellest me is very good news. For, maybe, if we should fall in with some adventure at this place, I may then be able to obtain armour suitable for my purpose. So they entered the forest of adventure forthwith, and then travelled therein for a long way, marvelling greatly at the aspect of that place into which they were come. For the forest was very dark and silent and wonderfully strange and altogether different from any other place that they had ever seen. Wherefore it appeared to them that it would not be at all singular if some extraordinary adventure should befall them. So after they had travelled in this wise for a considerable pass, they came of a sudden out of those thicker parts of the woodland to where there was an opening of considerable extent. And there they beheld before them a violent stream of water that flowed very turbulently, and with great uproar of many noises. And they saw that by the side of the stream of water there was a thorn tree, and that underneath the thorn tree was a bank of green moss, and that upon the bank of moss there sat an aged woman of a very woeful appearance. For that old woman was extraordinarily withered with age, and her eyes were all red as though with a continual weeping of rheum, and many bristles grew upon her cheeks and her chin, and her face was covered with such a multitude of wrinkles that there was not any place that was free from wrinkles. Now when that old woman beheld Sir Pellias and Parcenet and the 3 pages approaching where she sat, she cried out in a loud voice,
Sir, wilt thou not bear me over this water upon thy horse? For lo, I am very old and feeble, and may not cross this river by myself.
Then Parcenet rebuked the old woman, saying, Peace, be still. Who art thou to ask this noble knight for to do thee such a service as that? Then Sir Pellias was not pleased with Parcenet, wherefore he said, Damsel, thou dost not speak properly in this matter. For that which beseemeth a true knight is to give succor unto any one soever who needeth his aid. For King Arthur is the perfect looking-glass of knighthood, and he hath taught his knights to give succor unto all who ask succor of them, without regarding their condition. So saying, Sir Pellias dismounted from his horse and lifted the old woman up upon the saddle thereof. Then he himself mounted once more and straightway rode into the ford of the river, and so came across the torrent with the old woman in safety to the other side. And Parcenet followed him, marveling very greatly at his knightliness, and the 3 pages followed her. Now when they had reached the other side of the water, Sir Pellias dismounted with intent to aid the old woman to alight from the horse. But she waited not for his aid, but immediately leaped down very lightly from where she was. And lo, Sir Pellias beheld that she whom he had thought to be only an aged and withered beldam was in truth a very strange, wonderful lady of extraordinary beauty. And, greatly marveling, he beheld that she was clad in apparel of such a sort as neither he nor any who were there had ever beheld before. And because of her appearance, he was aware that she was not like any ordinary mortal, but that she was doubtless of enchantment. For he perceived that her face was of a wonderful clearness, like to ivory for whiteness, and that her eyes were very black and extraordinarily bright, like unto 2 jewels set into ivory. And he perceived that she was clad all in green from head to foot, and that her hair was long and perfectly black, and like to fine silk for softness and for glossiness. And he perceived that she had about her neck a collar of opal stones and emeralds inset into gold, and that about her wrists were bracelets of finely wrought gold inset with opal stones and emeralds. Wherefore from all these circumstances he knew that she must be fay. For thus was the Lady Nymue of the lake, and so had she appeared unto King Arthur, and so did she appear unto Sir Pellias and those who were with him. So, beholding the wonderful magical quality of that lady, Sir Pellias kneeled down before her and set his hands together palm to palm. But the Lady of the Lake said, Sir, why dost thou kneel to me? Lady, quoth Sir Pellias, because thou art so wonderfully strange and beautiful. Messire, said the Lady of the Lake, thou hast done a very good service to me, and art assuredly a very excellent knight. Wherefore arise and kneel no longer. So Sir Pellias arose from his knees and stood before her, and he said, Lady, who art thou? To the which she made reply, I am one who holdeth an exceedingly kind regard toward King Arthur and all his knights. My name is Nymue, and I am the chiefest of those ladies of the lake of whom thou mayest have heard tell. I took upon me that form of a sorry old woman for to test thy knightliness, and lo, I have not found thee amiss in worthy service. Then Sir Pellias said, Lady, thou hast assuredly done me great favor in these. Upon that the Lady of the Lake smiled upon Sir Pellias very kindly, and she said, Sir, I have a mind to do thee a greater favor than that. Therewith, so saying, she immediately took from about her neck that collar of opal stones, of emeralds and gold, and hung it about the shoulders of Sir Pellias, so that it hung down upon his breast with a very wonderful glory of variegated colors. Keep this, she said, for it is of very potent magic. Upon that she vanished instantly from the sight of those who were there, leaving them astonished and amazed beyond measure at what had befallen. And Sir Pellias was like one who was in a dream, for he wist not whether that which he had beheld was a vision or whether he had seen it with his waking eyes. Wherefore he mounted upon his horse in entire silence, as though he knew not what he did. And likewise in entire silence he led the way from that place. Nor did any of those others speak at that time. Only after they had gone a considerable distance, Parcenet said, speaking in a manner of fear, "Messire, that was a very wonderful thing that befell us." To which Sir Pellias said, "Yea, maiden." Now that necklace which the Lady of the Lake had hung about the neck of Sir Pellias possessed such a virtue that whosoever wore it was beloved of all those who looked upon him. For the collar was enchanted with that peculiar virtue. But Sir Pellias was altogether unaware of that circumstance, wherefore he only took joy to himself because of the singular beauty of the jewel which the Lady of the Lake had given him. End of section 27. Recording by dominictreis. Section 28 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by dominictreis. Chapter 2nd. How Sir Pellias overcame a Red Knight, hight Sir Adrasack, and of how he liberated 22 captives from that knight's castle. Now, after that wonderful happening, they journeyed continuously for a great while. Nor did they pause at any place until they came, about an hour after the prime of the day, to a certain part of the forest where charcoal burners were plying their trade. Here Sir Pellias commanded that they should draw rein and rest for a while, and so they dismounted for to rest and to refresh themselves, as he had ordained that they should do. Now, as they sat there refreshing themselves with meat and drink, there came of a sudden from out of the forest a sound of great lamentation and of loud outcry, and almost immediately there appeared from the thickets, coming into that open place, a lady in woeful array, riding upon a pied palfrey. And behind her rode a young esquire, clad in colors of green and white, and seated upon a sorrel horse. And he also appeared to be possessed of great sorrow, being in much disarray and very downcast of countenance. And the lady's face was all beswollen and inflamed with weeping, and her hair hung down upon her shoulders with neither net nor band for to stay it in place, and her raiment was greatly torn by the brambles and much stained with forest travel. And the young esquire who rode behind her came with a drooping head and a like woeful disarray of apparel, his cloak dragging behind him and made fast to his shoulder by only a single point. Now when Sir Pellias beheld the lady and the esquire in such sad estate, he immediately rose from where he sat, and went straight away to the lady, and took her horse by the bridle, and stayed it where it was. And the lady looked at him, yet saw him not, being altogether blinded by her grief and distraction. Then Sir Pellias said to her, "Lady, what ails thee that thou sorrowest so greatly?" Whereunto she made reply, "Sir, it matters not, for thou canst not help me." "How know ye that?" said Sir Pellias. "I have a very good intention for to aid thee, if it be possible for me to do so." Then the lady looked more narrowly at Sir Pellias, and she perceived him as though through a mist of sorrow. And she beheld that he was not clad in armor, but only in a holiday attire of fine crimson cloth. Wherefore she began sorrowing afresh, and that in great measure, for she deemed that here was one who could give her no aid in her trouble. Wherefore she said, "Sir, thy intentions are kind, but how canst thou look to give me aid when thou hast neither arms nor defences for to help thee in taking upon thee such a quarrel?" But Sir Pellias said, "Lady, I know not how I may aid thee until that thou tellest me of thy sorrow. Yet I have good hope that I may serve thee when I shall know who it is that causes thee such disorder of mind." Thereupon, still holding the horse by the bridle, he brought the lady forward to that place where Parcenet still sat beside the napkin spread with food with which they had been refreshing themselves. And when he had come to that place, he, with all gentleness, constrained the lady for to dismount from her horse. Then, with equal gentleness, he compelled her to sit down upon the grass and to partake of the food. And when she had done so, and had drunk some of the wine, she found herself to be greatly refreshed, and began to take to herself more heart of grace. Thereupon, beholding her so far recovered, Sir Pellias again demanded of her what was her trouble, and besought her that she would open her heart unto him. So, being encouraged by his cheerful words, she told to Sir Pellias the trouble that had brought her to that pass. "Sir Knight," she said, "the place where I dwell is a considerable distance from this. Thence I came this morning with a very good knight, hight Sir Brandemere, who is my husband. We have been married but for a little over 4 weeks, so that our happiness until this morning was as yet altogether fresh with us. Now this morning Sir Brandemere would take me out a-hunting at the break of day, and so we went forth with a brachet of which my knight was wonderfully fond. So, coming to a certain place in the forest, there started up of a sudden from before us a doe, which same the brachet immediately pursued with great vehemence of outcry. Thereupon I and my lord and this esquire followed thereafter with very great spirit and enjoyment of the chase. Now, when we had followed the doe and the hound for a great distance, the hound pursuing the doe with a great passion of eagerness, we came to a certain place where we beheld before us a violent stream of water which was crossed by a long and narrow bridge. And we beheld that upon the other side of the stream there stood a strong castle with 7 towers, and that the castle was built up upon the rocks in such a way that the rocks and the castle appeared to be altogether like one rock. Now, as we approached the bridge aforesaid, lo, the portcullis of the castle was lifted up, and the drawbridge was let fall very suddenly, and with a great noise, and there immediately issued forth from out of the castle a knight clad altogether in red, and all the trappings and the furniture of his horse were likewise of red, and the spear which he bore in his hand was of ashwood painted red. And he came forth very terribly and rode forward, so that he presently stood at the other end of that narrow bridge. Thereupon he called aloud to Sir Brandemere, my husband, saying,
"Whither wouldst thou go, Sir Knight?"
And unto him Sir Brandemere made reply, "Sir, I would cross this bridge, for my hound, which I love exceedingly, hath crossed here in pursuit of a doe." Then that red knight cried aloud in a loud voice, "Sir Knight, thou comest not upon this bridge, but at thy peril. For this bridge belongeth unto me, and whosoever would cross it must first overthrow me, or else he may not cross." Now my husband, Sir Brandemere, was clad at that time only in a light raiment, such as one might wear for hunting or for hawking, only that he wore upon his head a light bassinet, enwrapped with a scarf, which I had given him. Nevertheless, he was so great of heart that he would not abide any challenge such as that red knight had given unto him. Wherefore, bidding me and this esquire, whose name is Ponteferet, to remain upon the farther side of the bridge, he drew his sword and rode forward to the middle of the bridge, with intent to force a way across if he was able to do so. Whereupon, seeing that to be his intent, that red knight, clad all in complete armor, cast aside his spear and drew his sword and rode forward to meet my knight. So they met in the middle of the bridge, and when they had thus met, that red knight lifted himself in his stirrup and smote my husband, Sir Brandemere, upon the crown of his bassinet with his sword. And I beheld the blade of the red knight's sword, that it cut through the bassinet of Sir Brandemere and deep into his brain pan, so that the blood ran down upon the knight's face in great abundance. Then Sir Brandemere straightway fell down from his horse and lay as though he were gone dead. Having thus overthrown him, that red knight dismounted from his horse and lifted up Sir Brandemere upon the horse whence he had fallen, so that he lay across the saddle. Then, taking both horses by the bridles, the red knight led them straight back across the bridge, and so into his castle. And as soon as he had entered into the castle, the portcullis thereof was immediately closed behind him, and the drawbridge was raised. Nor did he pay any heed whatever either to me or to the esquire Ponteferet, but he departed, leaving us without any word of cheer. Nor do I now know whether my husband, Sir Brandemere, is living or dead, or what hath befallen him. And as the lady spake these words, lo, the tears again fell down her face in great abundance. Then Sir Pellias was very much moved with compassion, wherefore he said, "Lady, thy case is indeed one of exceeding sorrowfulness, and I am greatly grieved for thee. And indeed I would fain aid thee to all the extent that is in my power. So if thou wilt lead me to where is this bridge and that grimly castle of which thou speakest, I make thee my vow that I will essay to the best of my endeavor to learn of the whereabouts of thy good knight, and as to what hath befallen him." "Sir," said the lady, "I am much beholden unto thee for thy good will." Yet thou mayest not hope for success shouldst thou venture to undertake so grave an adventure as that, without either arms or armor for to defend thyself. For consider how grievously that Red Knight hath served my husband, Sir Brandemere, taking no consideration as to his lack of arms or defence. Wherefore it is not likely that he will serve thee any more courteously. And to the lady's words Parcenet also lifted up a great voice, bidding Sir Pellias not to be so unwise as to do this thing that he was minded to do. And so did Ponteferet, the esquire, also call out upon Sir Pellias that he should not do this thing, but that he should at least take arms to himself ere he entered upon this adventure. But to all that they said Sir Pellias replied, Stay me not in that which I would do, for I do tell you all that I have several times undertaken adventures even more perilous than this, and yet I have escaped with no great harm to myself. Nor would he listen to anything that the lady and the damsel might say. But arising from that place, he aided the lady and the damsel to mount their palfreys. Then, mounting his own steed, and the esquire and the pages having mounted their steeds, the whole party immediately departed from that place. So they journeyed for a great distance through the forest, the esquire, Ponteferet, directing them how to proceed in such a way as should bring them by and by to the castle of the Red Knight. So at last they came to a more open place in that wilderness, where was a steep and naked hill before them. And when they had reached to the top of that hill, they perceived beneath them a river, very turbulent and violent. Likewise they saw that the river was spanned by a bridge, exceedingly straight and narrow, and that upon the farther side of the bridge and of the river there stood a very strong castle, with 7 tall towers. Moreover, the castle and the towers were built up upon the rocks, very lofty and high, so that it was hard to tell where the rocks ceased and the walls began, wherefore the towers and the walls appeared to be altogether one rock of stone. Then the esquire, Ponteferet, pointed with his finger and said,
Sir Knight, yonder is the castle of the Red Knight, and into it he bare Sir Brandemere after he had been so grievously wounded.
Then Sir Pellias said unto the lady, Lady, I will presently inquire as to thy husband's welfare. Therewith he set spurs to his horse and rode down the hill toward the bridge with great boldness. And when he had come nigher to the bridge, lo, the portcullis of the gate was lifted, and the drawbridge was let fall with a great noise and tumult. And straightway there issued forth from out of the castle a knight clad all in armor and accoutrements of red, and this knight came forward with great speed toward the bridge's head. Then when Sir Pellias saw him approaching so threateningly, he said unto those who had followed him down the hill, Stand fast where ye are, and I will go forth to bespeak this knight, and inquire into the matter of that injury which he hath done unto Sir Brandemere. Upon this the esquire Ponteferet said unto him,
Stay, Sir Knight, thou wilt be hurt.
But Sir Pellias said,
Not so, I shall not be hurt.
So he went forth very boldly upon the bridge, and when the Red Knight saw him approach, he said,
Ha, who art thou who darest to come thus upon my bridge?
Unto him Sir Pellias made reply,
It matters not who I am, but thou art to know, thou discourteous knight, that I have come to inquire of thee where thou hast disposed of that good knight Sir Brandemere, and to ask of thee why thou didst entreat him so grievously a short time since.
At this the Red Knight fell very full of wrath.
Ha, ha, he cried vehemently. That thou shalt presently learn, to thy great sorrow, for as I have served him, so shall I quickly serve thee, so that in a little while I shall bring thee unto him. Then thou mayest ask him whatsoever thou dost list. But seeing that thou art unarmed and without defence, I would not do thee any bodily ill. Wherefore I demand of thee that thou shalt presently surrender thyself unto me, otherwise it will be very greatly to thy pain and sorrow if thou compellest me to use force for to constrain thy surrender.
Then Sir Pellias said,
What? What? Would thou thus assail a knight who is altogether without arms or defence as I am?
And the Red Knight said,
Assuredly I shall do so, if thou dost not immediately yield thyself unto me.
Then, quoth Pellias, thou art not fit for to be dealt with as beseemeth a tried knight. Wherefore, should I encounter thee, thy overthrow must be of such a sort as may shame any belted knight who weareth golden spurs. Thereupon he cast about his eyes for a weapon to fit his purpose, and he beheld how that a certain huge stone was loose upon the coping of the bridge. Now this stone was of such a size that 5 men of usual strength could hardly lift it. But Sir Pellias lifted it forth from its place with great ease, and raising it with both hands he ran quickly toward the Red Knight and flung the rock at him with much force. And the stone smote the Red Knight upon the middle of the shield and drave it back upon his breast with great violence. And the force of the blow drave the knight backward from his saddle, so that he fell down to the earth from his horse with a terrible tumult, and lay upon the bridgeway like one who was altogether dead. And when they within the castle who looked forth therefrom saw that blow, and when they beheld the overthrow of the Red Knight, they lifted up their voices in great lamentation, so that the outcry thereof was terrible to hear. But Sir Pellias ran with all speed to the fallen knight, and set his knee upon his breast. And he unlaced the helmet and lifted it, and he beheld that the face of the knight was strong and comely, and that he was not altogether dead. So when Sir Pellias saw that the Red Knight was not dead, and when he perceived that he was about to recover his breath from the blow that he had suffered, he drew that knight's misericordia from its sheath and set the point to his throat, so that when the Red Knight awoke from his swoon he beheld death in the countenance of Sir Pellias and in the point of the dagger. So when the Red Knight perceived how near death was to him, he besought Sir Pellias for mercy, saying,
"Spare my life unto me."
Whereunto Sir Pellias said, "Who art thou?" And the knight said,
"I am hight Sir Adresack, surnamed of the 7 Towers."
Then Sir Pellias said to him, "What hast thou done unto Sir Brandemere, and how doth it fare with that good knight?" And the Red Knight replied,
"He is not so seriously wounded as you suppose."
Now when Sir Brandemere's lady heard this speech, she was greatly exalted with joy, so that she smote her hands together, making great cry of thanksgiving. But Sir Pellias said, "Now tell me, Sir Adresack, hast thou other captives besides that knight, Sir Brandemere, at thy castle?" To which Sir Adresack replied,
"Sir Knight, I will tell thee truly. There are in my castle 21 other captives besides him, to wit 18 knights and esquires of degree and 3 ladies. For I have defended this bridge for a long time, and all who have undertaken to cross it, those I have taken captive and held for ransom. Wherefore I have taken great wealth and gained great estate thereby." Then Sir Pellias said, "Thou art soothly a wicked and discourteous knight, so to serve travellers that come thy way, and I would do well for to slay thee where thou liest. But since thou hast besought mercy of me, I will grant it unto thee, though I will do so only with great shame unto thy knighthood. Moreover, if I do spare to thee thy life, there are several things which thou must perform. First, thou must go unto Queen Guinevere at Camelot, and there must thou say unto her that the knight who left her unarmed hath taken thy armor from thee, and hath armed himself therewith for to defend her honor. Secondly, thou must confess thy faults unto King Arthur, as thou hast confessed them unto me, and thou must beg his pardon for the same, craving that he, in his mercy, shall spare thy life unto thee. These are the things that thou must perform." To this Sir Adresack said, "Very well, these things do I promise to perform, if thou wilt spare my life."
Then Sir Pellias permitted him to arise, and he came and stood before Sir Pellias. And Sir Pellias summoned the esquire Ponteferet unto him, and he said, "Take thou this knight's armor from off of his body, and put it upon my body, as thou knowest how to do." And Ponteferet did as Sir Pellias bade him. For he unarmed Sir Adresack, and he clothed Sir Pellias in Sir Adresack's armor. And Sir Adresack stood ashamed before them all. Then Sir Pellias said unto him, "Now take me into thy castle, that I may there liberate those captives that thou so wickedly holdest as prisoners." And Sir Adresack said,
"It shall be done as thou dost command."
Thereupon they all went together unto the castle and into the castle, which was an exceedingly stately place. And there they beheld a great many servants and attendants, and these came at the command of Sir Adresack and bowed themselves down before Sir Pellias. Then Sir Pellias bade Sir Adresack for to summon the keeper of the dungeon, and Sir Adresack did so. And Sir Pellias commanded the keeper that he should conduct them into the dungeon, and the keeper bowed down before him in obedience. Now when they had come to that dungeon, they beheld it to be a very lofty place, and exceedingly strong. And there they found Sir Brandemere and those others of whom Sir Adresack had spoken. But when that sorrowful lady perceived Sir Brandemere, she ran unto him with great voice of rejoicing, and embraced him and wept over him. And he embraced her and wept, and altogether forgot his hurt in the joy of beholding her again. And in the several apartments of that part of the castle there were in all 18 knights and esquires, and 3 ladies, besides Sir Brandemere. Moreover, amongst those knights were 2 from King Arthur's court, to wit, Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte. Whereupon these, beholding that it was Sir Pellias who had liberated them, came to him and embraced him with great joy and kissed him upon either cheek. And all those who were liberated made great rejoicing and gave Sir Pellias such praise and acclaim that he was greatly contented therewith. Then, when Sir Pellias beheld all those captives who were in the dungeon, he was very wroth with Sir Adresack, wherefore he turned unto him and said, Begone, Sir Knight, for to do that penance which I imposed upon thee to perform, for I am very greatly displeased with thee, and fear me lest I should repent me of my mercy to thee. Thereupon Sir Adresack turned him away, and he immediately departed from that place. And he called to him his esquire, and he took him and rode away to Camelot, for to do that penance which he had promised Sir Pellias to do. Then, after he was gone, Sir Pellias and those captives whom he had liberated went through the divers parts of the castle, and there they found 13 chests of gold and silver money, and 4 caskets of jewels, very fine and of great brilliancy, all of which treasure had been paid in ransom by those captives who had aforetime been violently held prisoners at that place. And Sir Pellias ordained that all those chests and caskets should be opened, and when those who were there looked therein, the hearts of all were wonderfully exalted with joy at the sight of that great treasure. Then Sir Pellias commanded that all that treasure of gold and silver should be divided into 19 equal parts, and when it had been so divided, he said, Now, let each of you who have been held captive in this place take for his own 1 part of that treasure, as a recompense for those sorrows which he hath endured. Moreover, to each of the ladies who had been held as captives in that place he gave a casket of jewels, saying unto her, Take thou this casket of jewels as a recompense for that sorrow which thou hast suffered. And unto Sir Brandemere's lady he gave a casket of the jewels for that which she had endured. But then those who were there beheld that Sir Pellias reserved no part of that great treasure for himself. They all cried out to him, Sir Knight, how is this? Behold, thou hast set aside no part of this treasure for thyself. Then Sir Pellias made answer, You are right, I have not so. For it needs not that I take any of this gold and silver or any of these jewels for myself. For behold, ye have suffered much at the hands of Sir Adresack, wherefore ye should receive recompense therefore. But I have suffered naught at his hands, wherefore I need no such recompense. Then were they all astonished at his generosity, and gave him great praise for his largeness of heart. And all those knights vowed unto him fidelity unto death. Then, when all these things were accomplished, Sir Brandemere implored all who were there that they would come with him unto his castle, so that they might refresh themselves with a season of mirth and good faring. And they all said that they would go with him, and they did go. And at the castle of Sir Brandemere there was great rejoicing with feasting and jousting for 3 days. And all who were there loved Sir Pellias with an astonishing love because of that collar of emeralds and opals and of gold. Yet no one knew of the virtue of that collar, nor did Sir Pellias know of it. So Sir Pellias abided at that place for 3 days. And when the 4th day was come, he arose betimes in the morning, and bade saddle his horse, and the palfrey of the damsel Parcenet, and the horses of their pages. Then, when all those who were there saw that he was minded to depart, they besought him not to go. But Sir Pellias said, Stay me not, for I must go. Then came to him those 2 knights of Arthur's court, Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte, and they besought him that he would let them go with him upon that adventure. And at first Sir Pellias forbade them, but they besought him the more, so that at last he was fain to say, Ye shall go with me. So he departed from that place with his company, and all those who remained gave great sorrow that he had gone away. End of section 28. Recording by dominictreis. Section 29 of The Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by dominictreis. Chapter 3rd. How Sir Pellias did battle with Sir Engamore, otherwise the Knight of the Green Sleeves, and of what befell the Lady Ettard. Now Sir Pellias and his party, and the damsel Parcenet and her party, travelled onward, until after a while in the afternoon they came unto the utmost boundaries of the forest, where the woodlands ceased altogether, and many fields and meadows, with farms and crofts and plantations of trees all abloom with tender leaves and fragrant blossoms, lay spread out beneath the sky. And Sir Pellias said, "This is indeed a very beautiful land into which we have come." Whereat the damsel Parcenet was right well pleased, for she said, "Sir, I am very glad that that which thou seest belikes thee, for all this region belongeth unto the Lady Ettard, and it is my home. Moreover, from the top of yonder hill one mayest behold the castle of Grantmesnle, which lieth in the valley beneath." Then Sir Pellias said,
"Let us make haste, for I am wonderfully desirous of beholding that place."
So they set spurs to their horses and rode up that hill at a hand gallop. And when they had reached the top thereof, lo, beneath them lay the castle of Grantmesnle in such a wise that it was as though upon the palm of a hand. And Sir Pellias beheld that it was an exceedingly fair castle, built altogether without of a red stone, and containing many buildings of red brick within the wall. And behind the walls there lay a little town, and from where they stood they could behold the streets thereof, and the people coming and going upon their businesses. So Sir Pellias, beholding the excellence of that castle, said,
"Certes, maiden, yonder is a very fair estate."
"Yea," said Parcenet, "we who dwell there do hold it to be a very excellent estate." Then Sir Pellias said to Parcenet,
"Maiden, yonder glade of young trees nigh unto the castle appeareth to be a very cheerful spot. Wherefore, at that place I and my companions in arms will take up our inn. There likewise we will cause to be set up 3 pavilions for to shelter us by day and by night. Meantime I beseech of thee that thou wilt go unto the lady thy mistress, and say unto her that a knight hath come unto this place, who, albeit he knoweth her not, holdeth that the Lady Guinevere of Camelot is the fairest lady in all of the world. And I beseech thee to tell the lady that I am here to maintain that saying against all comers at the peril of my body. Wherefore, if the lady have any champion for to undertake battle in her behalf, him will I meet in yonder field tomorrow at midday a little before I eat my midday meal. For at that time I do propose for to enter into yonder field, and to make parade therein until my friends bid me for to come in to my dinner. And I shall take my stand in that place in honor of the Lady Guinevere of Camelot."
"Sir Pellias," said the damsel, "I will even do as thou desirest of me. And though I may not wish that thou mayest be the victor in that encounter, yet I am soothly sorry for to depart from thee. For thou art both a very valiant and a very gentle knight, and I find that I have a great friendship for thee."
Then Sir Pellias laughed, and he said, "Parcenet, thou art minded to give me praise that is far beyond my deserving."
And Parcenet said, "Sir, not so, for thou dost deserve all that I may say to thy credit." Thereupon they twain took leave of one another with very good will and much kindness of intention. And the maiden and the 3 pages went the one way, and Sir Pellias and his 2 companions and the several attendants they had brought with them went into the glade of young trees as Sir Pellias had ordained. And there they set up 3 pavilions in the shade of the trees, the one pavilion of fair white cloth, the second of green cloth, and the third of scarlet cloth. And over each pavilion they had set a banner emblazoned with the device of that knight unto whom the pavilion appertained. Above the white pavilion was the device of Sir Pellias, to wit, 3 swans displayed upon a field argent. Above the red pavilion, which was the pavilion of Sir Brandiles, was a red banner emblazoned with his device, to wit, a mailed hand holding in its grasp a hammer. Above the green pavilion, which was that of Sir Mador de la Porte, was a green banner bearing his device, which was that of a carrion crow holding in one hand a white lily flower and in the other a sword. So when the next day had come, and when midday was nigh at hand, Sir Pellias went forth into that field before the castle as he had promised to do. And he was clad all from head to foot in the red armor which he had taken from the body of Sir Adresack, so that in that armor he presented a very terrible appearance. So he rode up and down before the castle walls for a considerable while, crying out in a loud voice,
"What ho! What ho! Here stands a knight of King Arthur's court and of his round table, who doth affirm, and is ready to maintain the same with his body, that the Lady Guinevere, King Arthur's queen of Camelot, is the most beautiful lady in all the world, barring none whomsoever. Wherefore, if any knight maintaineth otherwise, let him straightway come forth for to defend his opinion with his body.
Now after Sir Pellias had thus appeared in that meadow, there fell a great commotion within the castle, and many people came upon the walls thereof and gazed down upon Sir Pellias, where he paraded that field. And after a time had passed, the drawbridge of the castle was let fall, and there issued forth a knight, very huge of frame and exceedingly haughty of demeanour. This knight was clad altogether from head to foot in green armour, and upon either arm he wore a green sleeve, whence he was sometimes entitled the Knight of the Green Sleeves. So that Green Knight rode forward toward Sir Pellias, and Sir Pellias rode forward unto the Green Knight, and when they had come together they gave salute with a great deal of civility and knightly courtesy. Then the Green Knight said unto Sir Pellias,
Sir Knight, wilt thou allow unto me the great favour for to know thy name?
Whereunto Sir Pellias made reply,
That I will so. I am Sir Pellias, a knight of King Arthur's court and of his round table.
Then the Green Knight made reply,
Ha, Sir Pellias, it is a great honour for me to have to do with so famous a knight, for who is there in courts of chivalry who hath not heard of thee? Now, if I have the good fortune for to overthrow thee, then will all thy honour become my honour. Now, in return for thy courtesy for making proclamation of thy name, I give unto thee my name and title, which is Sir Engamore of Malverat, further known as the Knight of the Green Sleeves. And I may furthermore tell thee that I am the champion unto the Lady Ettard of Grantmesnle, and that I have defended her credit unto peerless beauty for 11 months, and that against all comers. Wherefore, if I do successfully defend it for 1 month longer, then do I become lord of her hand and of all this fair estate. So I am prepared to do the uttermost in my power in her honour.
Then Sir Pellias said,
Sir Knight, I give thee gramercy for thy words of greeting, and I too will do my uttermost in this encounter.
Thereupon each knight saluted the other with his lance, and each rode to his appointed station. Now a great concourse of people had come down to the lower walls of the castle and of the town for to behold the contest of arms that was toward. Wherefore it would be hard to imagine a more worthy occasion where knights might meet in a glorious contest of friendly jousting. Wherefore each knight prepared himself in all ways, and dressed him his spear and his lance with great care and circumspection. So when all had been prepared for that encounter, an herald, who had come forth from the castle into the field, gave the signal for assault. Thereupon in an instant each knight drave spurs into his horse and rushed the one against the other with such terrible speed that the ground shook and trembled beneath the beating of their horses' feet. So they met exactly in the center of the field of battle, the one knight smiting the other in the midst of his defenses with a violence that was very terrible to behold. And the spear of Sir Engamore burst into as many as 30 pieces, but the spear of Sir Pellias held so that the Green Knight was hurtled so violently from out of his saddle that he smote the earth above a spear's length behind the crupper of his horse. Now when those who had stood upon the walls beheld how entirely the Green Knight was overthrown in the encounter, they lifted up their voices in great outcry, for there was no other such knight as Sir Engamore in all those parts. And more especially did the Lady Ettard make great outcry, for Sir Engamore was very much beloved by her. Wherefore, seeing him so violently flung down upon the ground, she deemed that perhaps he had been slain. Then 3 esquires ran to Sir Engamore and lifted him up and unlaced his helm for to give him air, and they beheld that he was not slain, but only in a deep swoon. So by and by he opened his eyes, and at that Sir Pellias was right glad, for it would have grieved him had he slain that knight. Now when Sir Engamore came back to his senses once more, he demanded with great vehemence that he might continue that contest with Sir Pellias afoot and with swords. But Sir Pellias would not have it so.
Nay, Sir Engamore, quoth he, I will not fight thee so serious a quarrel as that, for I have no such despite against thee.
And at that denial Sir Engamore fell a-weeping from pure vexation and shame of his entire overthrow. Then came Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte, and gave Sir Pellias great acclaim for the excellent manner in which he had borne himself in the encounter, and at the same time they offered consolation unto Sir Engamore, and comforted him for the misfortune that had befallen him. But Sir Engamore would take but little comfort in their words. Now whiles they thus stood all together, there issued out from the castle the Lady Ettard, and an exceedingly gay and comely court of esquires and ladies, and these came across the meadow toward where Sir Pellias and the others stood. Then when Sir Pellias beheld that lady approach, he drew his misericordia, and cut the thongs of his helmet, and took the helmet off of his head, and thus he went forward bareheaded for to meet her. But when he had come nigh to her, he beheld that she was many times more beautiful than that image of her painted upon the ivory panel which he had aforetime beheld. Wherefore his heart went forth unto her with a very great strength of liking. So therewith he kneeled down upon the grass, and set his hands together palm to palm before her, and he said,
Lady, I do very greatly crave thy forgiveness, that I should thus have done battle against thy credit. For excepting that I did that endeavor for my queen, I would rather in another case have been thy champion than that of any lady whom I have ever beheld. Now at that time Sir Pellias wore about his neck the collar of emeralds and opal stones and gold which the Lady of the Lake had given to him. Wherefore, when the Lady Ettard looked upon him, that necklace drew her heart unto him with very great enchantment. Wherefore she smiled upon Sir Pellias very cheerfully, and gave him her hand, and caused him to rise from that place where he kneeled. And she said to him, Sir Knight, thou art a very famous warrior. For I suppose there is not anybody who knoweth aught of chivalry but hath heard of the fame of Sir Pellias, the gentle knight. Wherefore, though my champion Sir Engamore of Malverat hath heretofore overthrown all comers, yet he need not feel very much ashamed to have been overthrown by so terribly strong a knight. Then Sir Pellias was very glad of the kind words which the Lady Ettard spake unto him, and therewith he made her known unto Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte. Unto these knights also the Lady Ettard spake very graciously, being moved thereto by the extraordinary regard she felt toward Sir Pellias. So she besought those knights that they would come into the castle and refresh themselves with good cheer, and with that the knights said that they would presently do so. Wherefore they returned each knight unto his pavilion, and there each bedight himself with fine raiment and with ornaments of gold and silver, in such a fashion that he was noble company for any court. Then those 3 knights betook themselves unto the castle of Grantmesnle, and when they had come thither everybody was astonished at the nobility of their aspect. But Sir Engamore, who had by now recovered from his fall, was greatly cast down, for he said unto himself, Who am I in the presence of these noble lords? So he stood aside, and was very downcast of heart and oppressed in his spirits. Then the Lady Ettard set a very fine feast, and Sir Pellias and Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte were exceedingly glad thereof. And upon her right hand she placed Sir Pellias, and upon her left hand she placed Sir Engamore. And Sir Engamore was still more cast down, for until now he had always sat upon the right hand of the Lady Ettard. Now because Sir Pellias wore that wonderful collar which the Lady of the Lake had given unto him, the Lady Ettard could not keep her regard from him. So after they had refreshed themselves and had gone forth into the castle Plaisance for to walk in the warm sunshine, the lady would have Sir Pellias continually beside her. And when it came time for those 4 knights to quit the castle, she besought Sir Pellias that he would stay a while longer. Now Sir Pellias was very glad to do that, for he was pleased beyond measure with the graciousness and the beauty of the Lady Ettard. So, by and by, Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte went back unto their pavilions, and Sir Pellias remained in the castle of Grantmesnle for a while longer. End of section 29. Recording by dominictreis. Section 30 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by dominictreis. Now that night the Lady Ettard let to be made a supper for herself and Sir Pellias, and at that supper she and Sir Pellias alone sat at the table, and the damsel Parcenet waited in attendance upon the lady. Whiles they ate, certain young pages and esquires played very sweetly upon harps, and certain maidens, who were attendant upon the court of the lady, sang so sweetly that it expanded the heart of the listener to hear them. And Sir Pellias was so enchanted with the sweetness of the music, and with the beauty of the Lady Ettard, that he wist not whether he were indeed upon the earth or in paradise. Wherefore, because of his great pleasure, he said unto the Lady Ettard, Lady, I would that I might do somewhat for thee, to show unto thee how high is the regard and the honour in which I hold thee.
Now, as Sir Pellias sat beside her, the Lady Ettard had continually held in observation that wonderful collar of gold, and of emerald, and of opal stones which hung about his neck, and she coveted that collar exceedingly. Wherefore she now said unto Sir Pellias, Sir Knight, thou mayest indeed do me great favour, if thou hast a mind for to do so.
What favour may I do thee, lady? Said Sir Pellias.
Sir, said the Lady Ettard, thou mayest give unto me that collar which hangeth about thy neck. At this the countenance of Sir Pellias fell, and he said, Lady, I may not do that, for that collar came unto me in such an extraordinary fashion that I may not part it from me. Then the Lady Ettard said, Why mayest thou not part it from thee, Sir Pellias? Thereupon Sir Pellias told her all of that extraordinary adventure with the Lady of the Lake, and of how that fairy lady had given the collar unto him. At this the Lady Ettard was greatly astonished, and she said, Sir Pellias, that is a very wonderful story. Nevertheless, though thou mayest not give that collar unto me, yet thou mayest let me wear it for a little while. For indeed I am charmed by the beauty of that collar beyond all manner of liking, wherefore I do beseech thee for to let me wear it for a little. Then Sir Pellias could refuse her no longer, so he said, Lady, thou shalt have it to wear for a while. Thereupon he took the collar from off of his neck, and he hung it about the neck of the Lady Ettard. Then, after a little time, the virtue of that jewel departed from Sir Pellias and entered into the Lady Ettard, and the Lady Ettard looked upon Sir Pellias with altogether different eyes than those which she had before regarded him. Wherefore she said unto herself, Ha! What ailed me that I should have been so enchanted with that knight to the discredit of my champion who hath served me so faithfully? Hath not this knight done me grievous discredit? Hath he not come hitherward for no other reason than for that purpose? Hath he not overthrown mine own true knight in scorn of me? What then hath ailed me that I should have given him such regard as I have bestowed upon him? But though she thought all this, yet she made no sign thereof unto Sir Pellias, but appeared to laugh and talk very cheerfully. Nevertheless, she immediately began to cast about in her mind for some means whereby she might be revenged upon Sir Pellias. For she said unto herself, Lo, is he not mine enemy, and is not mine enemy now in my power? Wherefore should I not take full measure of revenge upon him for all that which he hath done unto us of Grantmesnle? So by and by she made an excuse and arose and left Sir Pellias. And she took Parcenet aside, and she said unto the damsel Parcenet, Go and fetch me hither presently a powerful sleeping draught. Then Parcenet said, Lady, what would you do? And the Lady Ettard said, No matter. And Parcenet said, Would you give unto that noble knight a sleeping draught? And the lady said, I would. Then Parcenet said, Lady, that would surely be an ill thing to do unto one who sitteth in peace at your table and eateth of your salt. Whereunto the Lady Ettard said, Take thou no care as to that, girl, but go thou straight away and do as I bid thee. Then Parcenet saw that it was not wise for her to disobey the lady, wherefore she went straight away and did as she was bidden. So she brought the sleeping draught to the lady in a chalice of pure wine, and the Lady Ettard took the chalice and said to Sir Pellias, Take thou this chalice of wine, Sir Knight, and drink it unto me according to the measure of that good will thou hast unto me. Now Parcenet stood behind her lady's chair, and when Sir Pellias took the chalice, she frowned and shook her head at him. But Sir Pellias saw it not, for he was intoxicated with the beauty of the Lady Ettard, and with the enchantment of the collar of emeralds and opal stones and gold which she now wore. Wherefore he said unto her, Lady, if there were poison in that chalice, yet would I drink of the wine that is in it at thy command. At that the Lady Ettard fell a-laughing beyond measure, and she said, Sir Knight, there is no poison in that cup. So Sir Pellias took the chalice and drank the wine, and he said, Lady, how is this? The wine is bitter. To which the Lady Ettard made reply, Sir, that cannot be. Then in a little while Sir Pellias his head waxed exceedingly heavy as if it were of lead, wherefore he bowed his head upon the table where he sat. That while the Lady Ettard remained watching him very strangely, and by she said, Sir Knight, dost thou sleep? To the which Sir Pellias replied not, for the fumes of the sleeping draught had ascended into his brains, and he slept. Then the Lady Ettard rose laughing, and she smote her hands together and summoned her attendants. And she said to them, Take this knight away and convey him into an inner apartment. And when ye have brought him thither, strip him of his gay clothes and of his ornaments, so that only his undergarments shall remain upon him. And when ye have done that, lay him upon a pallet and convey him out of the castle and into that meadow beneath the walls where he overthrew Sir Engamore, so that when the morning shall arise, he shall become a mock and a jest unto all who shall behold him. Thus shall we humiliate him in that same field wherein he overthrew Sir Engamore, and his humiliation shall be greater than the humiliation of Sir Engamore hath been. Now when the damsel Parcenet heard this, she was greatly afflicted, so that she withdrew herself apart and wept for Sir Pellias. But the others took Sir Pellias and did unto him as the Lady Ettard had commanded. Now when the next morning had come, Sir Pellias awoke with the sun shining into his face, and he wist not at all where he was, for his brains were befogged by the sleeping draught which he had taken. So he said unto himself, Am I dreaming, or am I awake? For certes the last that I remember was that I sat at supper with the Lady Ettard, yet here I am now in an open field with the sun shining upon me. So he raised himself upon his elbow, and behold, he lay beneath the castle walls nigh to the postern gate. And above him, upon the top of the wall, was a great concourse of people, who, when they beheld that he was awake, laughed at him and mocked at him. And the Lady Ettard also gazed down at him from a window, and he saw that she laughed at him and made herself merry. And lo, he beheld that he lay there clad only in his linen undervestment, and that he was in his bare feet as though he were prepared to sleep at night. So he sat upon the cot, saying unto himself, Certainly this must be some shameful dream that oppressed me. Nor was he at all able to recover from his bewilderment. Now as he sat thus, the postern gate was opened of a sudden, and the damsel Parcenet came out thence. And her face was all bewet with tears, and she bare in her hand a flame-colored mantle. Straightway she ran to Sir Pellias and said, Thou good and gentle knight, take thou this, and wrap thyself in it. Upon this Sir Pellias wist that this was no dream, but a truth of great shame, wherefore he was possessed with an extreme agony of shame, so that he fell to trembling, whilst his teeth chattered as though with an ague. And he said to Parcenet, Maiden, I thank thee. And he could find no more words to say. So he took the mantle and wrapped himself in it. Now when the people upon the walls beheld what Parcenet had done, they hooted her and reviled her with many words of ill regard. So the maiden ran back again into the castle. But Sir Pellias arose and went his way toward his pavilion wrapped in that mantle. And as he went he staggered and tottered like a drunken man, for a great burden of shame lay upon him almost more than he could carry. So when Sir Pellias had reached his pavilion, he entered it and threw himself on his face upon his couch, and lay there without saying anything. And by Sir Brandiles and Mador de la Porte heard of that plight into which Sir Pellias had fallen, and thereupon they hastened to where he lay and made much sorrow over him. Likewise they were exceedingly wroth at the shame that had been put upon him. Wherefore they said, We will get us aid from Camelot, and we will burst open yonder castle, and we will fetch the Lady Ettard hither to crave thy pardon for this affront. This we will do, even if we have to drag her hither by the hair of her head. But Sir Pellias lifted not his head, only he groaned and said, Let be, messires, for under no circumstance shall you do that thing, she being a woman. As it is, I would defend her honor even though I died in that defense, for I know not whether I am bewitched or what it is that ails me, but I love her with a very great passion, and I cannot tear my heart away from her. At this Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte were greatly astonished. Wherefore they said, the one to the other, Certes, that lady hath laid some powerful spell upon him. Then after a while Sir Pellias bade them go away and leave him, and they did so, though not with any very good will. So Sir Pellias laid there for all that day until the afternoon had come. Then he aroused himself and bade his esquire for to bring him his armor. Now when Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte heard news of this, they went to where he was and said, Sir, what have ye a mind to do? To this Sir Pellias said, I am going to try to win me unto the Lady Ettard's presence. Then they said, What madness is this? I know not, said Sir Pellias, but meseems that if I do not behold the Lady Ettard and talk with her, I shall surely die of longing to see her. And they say, Certes, this is madness. Whereunto he replied, I know not whether it is madness or whether I am caught in some enchantment. So the esquire fetched unto Sir Pellias his armor, as he had commanded, and he clad Sir Pellias in it, so that he was altogether armed from head to foot. Thereupon straightway Sir Pellias mounted his horse and rode out toward the castle of Grantmesnle. Now when the Lady Ettard beheld Sir Pellias again parading the meadow below the castle, she called unto her 6 of her best knights, and she said unto them, Behold, messires, Yonder is that knight who brought so much shame upon us yesterday. Now I bid ye for to go forth against him and to punish him as he deserveth. So those 6 knights went and armed themselves, and when they had done so, they straightway rode forth against Sir Pellias. Now, when Sir Pellias beheld these approach, his heart overflowed with fury, and he shouted in a great voice and drave forward against them. And for a while they withstood him, but he was not to be withstood, but fought with surpassing fury. Wherefore they presently brake from him and fled. So he pursued them with great fury about that field, and smote 4 of them down from their horses. Then, when there were but 2 of those knights remaining, Sir Pellias of a sudden ceased to fight, and he cried out unto those 2 knights, Messires, I surrender myself unto ye. Now at that those 2 knights were greatly astonished, for they were entirely filled with fear of his strength, and wist not why he should yield to them. Nevertheless they came and laid hands upon him, and took him toward the castle. Upon this Sir Pellias said unto himself, Now they will bring me unto the Lady Ettard, and I shall have speech with her. For it was for this that he had suffered himself to be taken by those 2 knights. But it was not to be as Sir Pellias willed it. For when they had brought him close under the castle, the Lady Ettard called unto them from a window in the wall, and she said, What do you with that knight? They say, We bring him to you, lady. Upon this she cried out very vehemently, Bring him not to me, but take him and tie his hands behind his back, and tie his feet beneath his horse's belly, and send him back unto his companions. Then Sir Pellias lifted up his eyes unto that window, and he cried out in a great passion of despair, Lady, it was unto thee I surrendered, and not unto these unworthy knights. But the Lady Ettard cried out all the more vehemently, Drive him hence, for I do hate the sight of him. So those 2 knights did as the Lady Ettard said. They took Sir Pellias and bound him hand and foot upon his horse. And when they had done so, they allowed his horse for to bear him back again unto his companions in that wise. Now when Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte beheld how Sir Pellias came unto them, with his hands bound behind his back and his feet tied beneath his horse's belly, they were altogether filled with grief and despair. So they loosed those cords from about his hands and feet, and they cried out upon Sir Pellias, Sir Knight, art thou not ashamed to permit such infamy as this? And Sir Pellias shook and trembled as though with an ague, and he cried out in despair, I care not what happens unto me. They said, Not unto thyself, Sir Knight, but what shame dost thou bring upon King Arthur and his round table? Upon this Sir Pellias cried aloud with a great and terrible voice, I care not for them either. All of this befell because of the powerful enchantment of the collar of emeralds and opal stones and of gold which Sir Pellias had given unto the Lady Ettard, and which she continually wore, for it was beyond the power of any man to withstand the enchantment of that collar. So it was that Sir Pellias was bewitched and brought to that great pass of shame. End of section 30. Recording by dominictreis.
Section 31 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias, Chapter 4th, Part 1. Chapter 4th. How Queen Guinevere quarrelled with Sir Gawaine, and how Sir Gawaine left the court of King Arthur for a while. Now in the same measure that Queen Guinevere felt high regard for Sir Pellias, in that same degree she felt misliking for Sir Gawaine. For though Sir Gawaine was said of many to have a silver tongue, and whiles he could upon occasion talk in such a manner as to beguile others unto his will, yet he was of a proud temper, and very stern and haughty. Wherefore he would not always brook that the Lady Guinevere should command him unto her will, as she did other knights of that court. Moreover, she could not ever forget how Sir Gawaine did deny her that time at Cameliard, when she besought him and his companions for aid in her time of trouble, nor how discourteous his speech had been to her upon that occasion. So there was no great liking between these two proud souls, for Queen Guinevere held to her way, and Sir Gawaine held to his way under all circumstances. Now it happened upon an occasion that Sir Gawaine and Sir Griflet and Sir Constantine of Cornwall sat talking with 5 ladies of the Queen's court in a pleached garden that lay beneath the tower of the Lady Guinevere, and they made very pleasant discourse together. For some whiles they would talk and make them merry with jests and contes, and other whiles one or another would take a lute that they had with them, and would play upon it and would sing. Now while these lords and ladies sat thus enjoying pleasant discourse and singing in that manner, Queen Guinevere sat at a window that overlooked the garden, and which was not very high from the ground, wherefore she could overhear all that they said. But these lords and ladies were altogether unaware that the Queen could overhear them, so that they talked and laughed very freely, and the Queen greatly enjoyed their discourse and the music that they made. That day was extraordinarily balmy, and it being well toward the sloping of the afternoon, those lords and ladies were clad in very gay attire. And of all who were there, Sir Gawaine was the most gaily clad, for he was dressed in sky blue silk embroidered with threads of silver. And Sir Gawaine was playing upon the lute and singing a ballad in an exceedingly pleasing voice, so that Queen Guinevere, as she sat at the window beside the open casement, was very well content for to listen to him. Now there was a certain greyhound of which Queen Guinevere was wonderfully fond, so much so that she had adorned its neck with a collar of gold inset with carbuncles. At that moment the hound came running into that garden, and his feet were wet and soiled with earth. So, hearing Sir Gawaine singing and playing upon the lute, that hound ran unto him and leaped upon him. At this Sir Gawaine was very wroth, wherefore he clinched his hand and smote the hound upon the head with the knuckles thereof, so that the hound lifted up his voice with great outcry. But when Queen Guinevere beheld that blow, she was greatly offended, wherefore she called out from her window, "Why dost thou smite my dog, Messire?" And those lords and ladies who were below in the garden were very much surprised and were greatly abashed to find that the Queen was so nigh unto them as to overhear all that they had said and to behold all that they did. But Sir Gawaine spake up very boldly, saying, "Thy dog affronted me, lady, and whosoever affronteth me, him I strike." Then Queen Guinevere grew very angry with Sir Gawaine, wherefore she said, "Thy speech is overbold, Messire." And Sir Gawaine said, "Not overbold, lady, but only bold enough for to maintain my rights." At this speech the Lady Guinevere's face flamed like fire, and her eyes shone very bright, and she said, "I am sure that thou dost forget unto whom thou speakest, Sir Knight." At the which Sir Gawaine smiled very bitterly and said, "And thou, lady, dost not remember that I am the son of a king so powerful that he needs no help from any other king for to maintain his rights?" At these words all those who were there fell as silent as though they were turned into stones, for that speech was exceedingly bold and haughty. Wherefore all looked upon the ground, for they durst not look either upon Queen Guinevere nor upon Sir Gawaine. And the Lady Guinevere also was silent for a long time, endeavoring to recover herself from that speech, and when she spake it was as though she was half smothered by her anger. And she said, "Sir Knight, thou art proud and arrogant beyond measure, for I did never hear of anyone who dared to give reply unto his queen as thou hast spoken unto me. But this is my court, and I may command in it as I choose. Wherefore I do now bid thee for to be gone and to show thy face no more, either here nor in hall nor any of the places where I hold my court. For thou art an offense unto me, wherefore in none of these places shalt thou have leave to show thy face, until thou dost ask my pardon for the affront which thou hast put upon me." Then Sir Gawaine arose and bowed very low to the Queen Guinevere, and he said, "Lady, I go. Nor will I return thitherward until thou art willing for to tell me that thou art sorry for the discourteous way in which thou hast entreated me now, and at other times before my peers." So saying, Sir Gawaine took his leave from that place, nor did he turn his head to look behind him. And Queen Guinevere went into her chamber and wept in secret for anger and for shame. For indeed she was greatly grieved at what had befallen, yet was she so proud that she would in no wise have recalled the words that she had spoken, even had she been able for to have done so. Now when the news of that quarrel had gone about the castle, it came unto the ears of Sir Ewaine. Wherefore Sir Ewaine went straightway unto Sir Gawaine, and asked him what was ado. And Sir Gawaine, who was like one distraught and in great despair, told him everything. Then Sir Ewain said, Thou wert certainly wrong for to speak unto the Queen as thou didst. Nevertheless, if thou art banished from this court, I will go with thee, for thou art my cousin german, and my companion, and my heart cleaveth unto thee. So Sir Ewain went unto King Arthur, and he said, Lord, my cousin Sir Gawaine hath been banished from this court by the Queen, and though I may not say that he hath not deserved that punishment, yet I would fain crave thy leave for to go along with him. At this King Arthur was very grieved, but he maintained a steadfast countenance, and said, Messire, I will not stay thee from going where it pleases thee. As for thy kinsman, I dare say he gave the Queen such great offence that she could not do otherwise than as she did. So both Sir Ewain and Sir Gawaine went unto their inns, and commanded their esquires for to arm them. Then they with their esquires went forth from Camelot, betaking their way toward the forest lands. There those two knights and their esquires travelled for all that day until the grey of the eventide, what time the birds were singing their last songs ere closing their eyes for the night. So, finding the evening drawing on apace, those knights were afraid that they would not be able to find kindly lodging ere the night should descend upon them, and they talked together a great deal concerning that thing. But as they came to the top of a certain hill, they beheld below them a valley, very fair and well tilled, with many cottages and farm crofts. And in the midst of that valley was a goodly abbey, very fair to look upon. Wherefore Sir Gawaine said unto Sir Ewaine, If yonder abbey is an abbey of monks, I believe we shall find excellent lodging there for tonight. So they rode down into that valley and to the abbey, and they found a porter at the wicket, of whom they learned that it was indeed an abbey of monks. Wherefore they were very glad and made great rejoicing. But when the abbot of that abbey learned who they were and of what quality and high estate, he was exceedingly pleased for to welcome them. Wherefore he brought them into that part of the abbey where he himself dwelt. There he bade them welcome, and had set before them a good supper, whereat they were very much rejoiced. Now the abbot was merry of soul, and took great pleasure in discourse with strangers, so he diligently inquired of those two knights concerning the reason why they were errant. But they told him naught concerning that quarrel at court, but only that they were in search of adventure. Upon this the abbot said, Ha, messires, if you are in search of adventures, ye may find one not very far from this place. So Sir Gawaine said, What adventure is that? And the abbot replied, I will tell ye. If ye will travel to the eastward from this place, ye will come, after a while, to a spot where ye shall find a very fair castle of grey stone. In front of that castle ye will find a good level meadow, and in the midst of the meadow a sycamore tree, and upon the sycamore tree a shield, to which certain ladies offer affront in a very singular manner. If ye forbid those ladies to affront that shield, ye will discover a very good adventure. Then Sir Gawaine said, That is a very strange matter. Now tomorrow morning we will go to that place, and will endeavor to discover of what sort that adventure may be. And the abbot said, Do so, and laughed in great measure. So when the next morning had come, Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine gave adieu unto the abbot, and took their leave of that place, riding away unto the eastward as the abbot had advised. And after they had ridden in that direction for 2 or 3 hours or more, they beheld before them the borders of a forest all green and shady with foliage, and very cheerful in the warmth of the early summer day. And lo, immediately at the edge of the woodland there stood a fair, strong castle of grey stone, with windows of glass shining very bright against the sky. Then Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine beheld that everything was as the abbot had said. For in front of the castle was a smooth, level meadow, with a sycamore tree in the midst thereof. And as they drew near, they perceived that a sable shield hung in the branches of the tree, and in a little they could see that it bore the device of 3 white goshawks displayed. But that which was very extraordinary was that in front of that shield there stood 7 young damsels, exceedingly fair of face, and that these 7 damsels continually offered a great deal of insult to that shield. For some of those damsels smote it ever and anon with peeled rods of osier, and others flung lumps of clay upon it, so that the shield was greatly defaced therewith. Now nigh to the shield was a very noble appearing knight, clad all in black armor, and seated upon a black war horse, and it was very plain to be seen that the shield belonged unto that knight, for otherwise he had no shield. Yet, though that was very likely his shield, yet the knight offered no protest, either by word or by act, to stay those demoiselles from offering affront thereunto. Then Sir Ewaine said unto Sir Gawaine, Yonder is a very strange thing that I behold. Belike one of us is to encounter yonder knight. And Sir Gawaine said, May be so. Then Sir Ewaine said, If it be so, then I will undertake the adventure. Not so, said Sir Gawaine, for I will undertake it myself, I being the elder of us twain, and the better seasoned in knighthood." So Sir Ewain said, "Very well, let it be that way, for thou art a very much more powerful knight than I, and it would be a pity for one of us to fail in this undertaking." Thereupon Sir Gawaine said, "Let be then, and I will undertake it." So he set spurs to his horse, and he rode rapidly to where those damsels offered affront in that way to the sable shield. And he set his spear in rest and shouted in a loud voice, "Get ye away! Get ye away!" So when those damsels beheld the armed knight riding at them in that wise, they fled away shrieking from before him. Then the sable knight, who sat not a great distance away, rode forward in a very stately manner unto Sir Gawaine, and he said, "Sir Knight, why dost thou interfere with those ladies?" Whereunto Sir Gawaine replied, "Because they offered insult unto what appeared to me to be a noble and knightly shield." At this the sable knight spake very haughtily, saying, "Sir Knight, that shield belongeth unto me, and I do assure thee that I am very well able for to take care of it without the interference of any other defender." To which Sir Gawaine said, "It would appear not, Sir Knight." Then the sable knight said, "Messire, an thou thinkest that thou art better able to take care of that shield than I think that thou wouldst do very well to make thy words good with thy body." To this Sir Gawaine said, "I will do my endeavor to show thee that I am better able to guard that shield than thou art who ownest it." Upon this the sable knight without further ado rode unto the sycamore tree, and took down from thence the shield that hung there. And he dressed the shield upon his arm, and took his spear in hand, and made him ready for defence. And Sir Gawaine likewise made him ready for defence, and then each knight took such station upon the field as appeared unto him to be fitting. Now when the people of that castle perceived that a combat of arms was toward, they crowded in great numbers to the walls, so that there were as many as 20 ladies and esquires and folk of different degrees looking down upon that field of battle from the walls. So when those knights were altogether prepared, Sir Ewaine gave the signal for encounter, and each knight shouted aloud and drave spurs into his charger, and rushed forward to the assault with a noise like thunder for loudness. Now Sir Gawaine thought that he should easily overcome his adversaries in this assault, and that he would be able to cast him down from out of his saddle without much pains, for there was hardly any knight in that realm equal to Sir Gawaine for prowess, and indeed he had never yet been unhorsed in combat excepting by King Arthur. So when those two rode to the assault the one against the other, Sir Gawaine thought of a surety that his adversary would fall before him. But it was not so, for in that attack Sir Gawaine's spear was broken into many pieces, but the spear of the sable knight held, so that Sir Gawaine was cast with great violence out of the saddle, smiting the dust with a terrible noise of falling. And so astonished was he at that fall that it appeared unto him not as though he fell from his saddle, but as though the earth rose up and smote him. Wherefore he lay for a while all stunned with the blow and with the astonishment thereof. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias, Chapter 4th, Part 2. But when he heard the shouts of the people upon the castle wall, he immediately aroused himself from where he lay in the dust, and he was so filled with rage and shame that he was like one altogether intoxicated. Wherefore he drew his sword and rushed with great fury upon his enemy, with intent to hew him down by main strength. Then that other knight, seeing him come thus at him, immediately voided his own saddle and drew his sword, and put himself in posture, either for assault or for defence. So they lashed together, tracing this way and that, and smiting with such fury that the blows they gave were most terrible for to behold. But when Sir Ewaine beheld how fierce was that assault, he set spurs unto his horse and pushed him between the knights contestant, crying out aloud, Sir Knights, what is this? Here is no cause for such desperate battle." But Sir Gawaine cried out very furiously, let be, and stand aside, for this quarrel concerns thee not." And the sable knight said, "A horse or a foot, I am ready to meet that knight at any time." But Sir Ewaine said, "Not so, ye shall fight no more in this quarrel. For shame, Gawaine, For shame to seek such desperate quarrel with a knight that did but meet thee in a friendly fashion in a fair contest. Then Sir Gawaine was aware that Sir Ewaine was both just and right, wherefore he put up his sword in silence, albeit he was like to weep for vexation at the shame of his overthrow. And the Sable Knight put up his sword also, and so peace was made betwixt those two. Then the Sable Knight said, I am glad that this quarrel is ended, for I perceive, messires, that ye are assuredly knights of great nobility and gentleness of breeding. Wherefore I would that we might henceforth be friends and companions instead of enemies. Wherefore I do beseech ye for to come with me a little ways from here, where I have taken up my inn, so that we may rest and refresh ourselves in my pavilion. Unto this Sir Ewaine said, I give thee gramercy for thy courtesy, Sir Knight, and we will go with thee with all the pleasure that it is possible to feel. And Sir Gawaine said, I am content. So these three knights straightway left the field of battle. And when they had come to the edge of the forest, Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine perceived a very fine pavilion of green silk set up beneath the tree. And about that pavilion were many attendants of divers sorts, all clad in colours of green and white. So Sir Gawaine perceived that the knight who had overthrown him was certainly someone of very high estate, wherefore he was very greatly comforted. Then the esquires of those three knights came and removed the helmet, each esquire from his knight, so that the knight might be made comfortable thereby. And when this was done, Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine perceived that the Sable Knight was very comely of countenance, being ruddy of face and with hair like to copper for redness. Then Sir Ewaine said unto the knight, Sir unknown knight, this knight, my companion, is Sir Gawaine, son of King Urien of Gore, and I am Ewaine, the son of King Lot of Orkney. Now I crave of thee that thou wilt make thyself known unto us in like manner. Ha, said the other, I am glad that ye are such very famous and royal knights, for I am also of royal blood, being Sir Marhaus, the son of the King of Ireland. Then Sir Gawaine was very glad to discover how exalted was the quality of that knight who overthrew him, and he said unto Sir Marhaus, Messire, I make my vow, that thou art one of the most terrible knights in the world. For thou hast done unto me this day what only one knight in all the world hath ever done, and that is King Arthur, who is my uncle and my lord. Now thou must certainly come unto the court of King Arthur, for he will be wonderfully glad for to see thee, and maybe he will make thee a knight of his round table, and there is no honor in all of the world that can be so great as that. Thus he spoke unthinkingly, and then he remembered, wherefore he smote his fist against his forehead, crying out, Aha! Aha! Who am I for to bid thee to come unto the court of King Arthur, who only yesterday was disgraced and banished therefrom? Then Sir Marhaus was very sorry for Sir Gawaine, and he inquired concerning the trouble that lay upon him, and Sir Ewaine told Sir Marhaus all about that quarrel. At that Sir Marhaus was still more sorry for Sir Gawaine, wherefore he said, Messires, I like ye both wonderfully well, and I would fain become your companion in the adventures ye are to undertake. For now I need remain here no longer. Ye must know that I was obliged to defend those ladies who assailed my shield, until I had overthrown 7 knights in their behalf. And I must tell ye that Sir Gawaine was the 7th knight I have overthrown. Wherefore, since I have now overthrown him, I am now released from my obligation, and may go with ye. Then Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine were very much astonished that any knight should lie beneath so strange an obligation as that, to defend those who assailed his shield, and they besought Sir Marhaus to tell them why he should have been obliged to fulfill such a pledge. So Sir Marhaus said, I will tell ye. The case was this. Some whiles ago I was travelling in these parts with a hawk upon my wrist. At that time I was clad very lightly in holiday attire, to wit, I wore a tunic of green silk, and hosen one of green and one of white, and I had nothing upon me by way of defence, but a light buckler and a short sword. Now coming unto a certain stream of water, very deep and rapid, I perceived before me a bridge of stone crossing that stream, but so narrow that only one horseman might cross the bridge at a time. So I entered upon that bridge and was part way across it, when I perceived a knight in armor coming the other way. And behind the knight there sat upon a pillion a very fair lady with golden hair and very proud of demeanor. Now when that knight perceived me upon the bridge, he cried aloud, Get back, and suffer me to pass. But this I would not do, but said, Not so, Sir Knight, For, having advanced so far upon this bridge, I have certes the right of way to complete my passage, and it is for you to wait and to permit me to cross." But the knight would not do so, but immediately put himself in posture of offence, and straightway came against me upon the bridge with intent either to slay me or to drive me back unto the other extremity of the bridge. But this he was not able to do, for I defended myself very well with my light weapons. And I so pushed my horse against his horse that I drave him backward from off the bridge and into the water, whereinto the horse and the knight and the lady all of them fell with a terrible uproar. At this the lady shrieked in great measure, and both she and the knight were like to drown in the water, the knight being altogether clad in armor, so that he could not uplift himself above the flood. Wherefore, beholding their extremity, I leaped from off my horse and into the water, and with great ado and with much danger unto myself I was able to bring them both unto the land. But that lady was very greatly offended with me, for her fair raiment was altogether wet and spoiled by the water, wherefore she upbraided me with great vehemence. So I kneeled down before her and besought her pardon with all humility, but she still continued to upbraid me. Then I offered unto her for to perform any penance that she might set upon me. At this the lady appeared to be greatly mollified, for she said, "Very well, I will set thee a penance." And when her knight had recovered, she said, "Come with us." And so I mounted my horse and followed them. So after we had gone a considerable distance, we came to this place, and here she commanded me as follows. "Sir Knight," quoth she, "this castle belongeth unto me and unto this knight who is my lord. Now this shall be the penance for the affront thou hast given me. Thou shalt take thy shield and hang it up in yonder sycamore tree, and every day I will send certain damsels of mine own out from the castle, and they shall offend against that shield, and thou shalt not only suffer whatever offense they may offer, but thou shalt defend them against all comers until thou hast overcome 7 knights. So I have done until this morning, when thou, Sir Gawaine, camest hither. Thou art the 7th knight against whom I have contended, and as I have overcome thee, my penance is now ended, and I am free." Then Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine gave Sir Marhaus great joy that his penance was completed, and they were very well satisfied each party with the others. So Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine abided that night in the pavilion of Sir Marhaus, and the next morning they arose, and having laved themselves in a forest stream, they departed from that place where they were. So they entered the forest land once more, and made their way by certain paths, they knew not whitherward, and they travelled all that morning and until the afternoon was come. Now as they travelled thus, Sir Marhaus said of a sudden, "Messires, know ye where we are come to?" "Nay," they said, "we know not." Then Sir Marhaus said, "This part of the forest is called Arroy, and it is further called the Forest of Adventure. For it is very well known that when a knight or a party of knights enter this forest, they will assuredly meet with an adventure of some sort, from which some come forth with credit, while others fail therein." And Sir Ewaine said, "I am glad that we have come hither. Now let us go forward into this forest." So those 3 knights and their esquires continued onward in that woodland, where was silence so deep that even the tread of their horses upon the earth was scarcely to be heard, and there was no note of bird and no sound of voice, and hardly did any light penetrate into the gloom of that woodland. Wherefore those knights said unto one another, "This is soothly a very strange place, and one maybe of enchantment." Now when they had come into the very midst of these dark woodlands, they perceived of a sudden, in the pathway before them, a fawn as white as milk, and round the neck of the fawn was a collar of pure gold. And the fawn stood and looked at them. But when they had come nigh to it, it turned and ran along a very narrow path. Then Sir Gawaine said, "Let us follow that fawn and see where it goeth." And the others said, "We are content." So they followed that narrow path until of a sudden they came to where was a little open lawn, very bright with sunlight. In the midst of the lawn was a fountain of water, and there was no fawn to be seen, but lo, beside the fountain there sat a wonderfully beautiful lady, clad all in garments of green. And the lady combed her hair with a golden comb, and her hair was like to the wing of a raven for blackness. And upon her arms she wore very wonderful bracelets of emeralds and of opal stones inset into cunningly wrought gold. Moreover, the face of the lady was like ivory for whiteness, and her eyes were bright like jewels set in ivory. Now when this lady perceived the knights, she arose and laid aside her golden comb, and bound up the locks of her hair with ribbons of scarlet silk, and thereupon she came to those knights and gave them greeting. Then those 3 knights gat them down straightway from off their horses, and Sir Gawaine said, Lady, I believe that thou art not of mortal sort, but that thou art a fairy. Unto this the lady said, Sir Gawaine, thou art right. And Sir Gawaine marvelled that she should know his name so well. Then he said to her, Lady, who art thou? And she made answer, My name is Nimue, and I am the chiefest of those ladies of the lake, of whom thou mayest have heard. For it was I who gave unto King Arthur his sword Excalibur. For I am very friendly unto King Arthur, and to all the noble knights of his court. So it is that I know ye all, and I know that thou, Sir Marhaus, shall become one of the most famous knights of the Round Table. And all they 3 marvelled at the lady's words. Then she said, I prithee tell me what it is that ye seek in these parts. And they say, We seek adventure. Well, said she, I will bring you unto adventure, but it is Sir Gawaine who must undertake it. And Sir Gawaine said, That is very glad news. Then the lady said, Take me behind you upon your saddle, Sir Gawaine, and I will show unto you that adventure. So Sir Gawaine took the lady up behind him upon the saddle, and lo, she brought with her a fragrance such as he had never known before. For that fragrance was so subtle that it seemed to Sir Gawaine that the forest gave forth that perfume which the Lady of the Lake brought with her. So the Lady of the Lake brought them by many devious ways out from that part of the forest. And she brought them by sundry roads and paths until they came out into an open country, very fruitful and pleasant to behold. And she brought them up a very high hill, and from the top of the hill they looked down upon a fruitful and level plain as upon a table spread out before them. And they beheld that in the midst of the plain was a noble castle built all of red stone and of red bricks, and they beheld that there was a small town built also of red bricks. Now as they sat their horses there on top of the hill, they perceived of a sudden a knight clad all in red armor, who came forth from a glade of trees. And they saw that the knight paraded the meadow that lay in front of the castle, and they saw that he gave challenge to those within the castle. Then they perceived that the drawbridge of the castle was let fall of a sudden, and that there issued from thence 10 knights clad in complete armor. And they beheld those 10 knights assail the one knight in red armor, and they beheld the one knight assail the 10. And they beheld that for a while those 10 withstood the one, but that he assailed them so terribly that he smote down 4 of them very quickly. Then they beheld that the rest brake and fled from before that one, and that the Red Knight pursued the others about the meadow with great fury. And they saw that he smote down one from out of his saddle and another, until but 2 of those knights were left. Then Sir Gawaine said, That is certainly a very wonderful sight for to see. But the Lady of the Lake only smiled, and said, Wait a little. So they waited, and they saw that when the Red Knight had smitten down all of his enemies but those 2, and that when he had put those 2 in great peril of their lives, he of a sudden sheathed his sword and surrendered himself unto them. And they saw that those 2 knights brought the Red Knight to the castle, and that when they had brought him there, a lady upon the wall thereof bespake that Red Knight as with great violence of language. And they beheld that those 2 knights took the Red Knight, and bound his hands behind his back, and that they bound his feet beneath his horse's belly, and that they drave him away from that place. All this they beheld from the top of that hill. And the Lady of the Lake said unto Sir Gawaine, There thou shalt find thy adventure, Sir Gawaine. And Sir Gawaine said, I will go. And the Lady of the Lake said, Do so. Thereupon, lo, she vanished from their sight, and they were greatly amazed. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias, Chapter 5th, Part 1. How Sir Gawaine met Sir Pellias, and how he promised to aid him with the Lady Ettard. Now after that wonderful lady had disappeared from their sight in that manner, those three knights stood for a little while altogether astonished, for they wist not how to believe what their eyes had beheld. Then by and by Sir Gawaine spake, saying, Certes, that was a very wonderful thing that happened to us, for in all my life I never knew so strange a miracle to befall. Now it is very plain that some excellent adventure lieth in what we have seen. Wherefore let us descend into yonder valley, for there we shall doubtless discover what that signifies which we have just now beheld. For I make my vow that I have hardly ever seen so terribly powerful a knight as he who has just now fought yonder battle. Wherefore I can in no wise understand why, when he should so nearly have obtained a victory over his enemies, he should have surrendered himself to them as he did. And Sir Ewaine and Sir Marhaus agreed that it would be well to go down and inquire what was the meaning of that which they had beheld. So they three and their attendants rode down into the valley. And they rode forward until they had come to a certain glade of trees, and there they beheld three goodly pavilions that stood there. The one pavilion of white cloth, the second pavilion of green cloth, and the third pavilion of scarlet cloth. Now as the three knights companion drew nigh to the pavilions, there came forth two knights to meet them. And when Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine saw the shields of the two, they immediately knew that they were Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte. And in the same manner Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte knew Sir Gawaine and Sir Ewaine. And each party was very much astonished at thus meeting the other in so strange a place. So when they came together they gave one another very joyful greeting, and clasped hands with strong love and good fellowship. Then Sir Gawaine made Sir Marhaus acquainted with Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte, and thereupon the five knights all went together into those three pavilions, discoursing the while with great amity and pleasure. And when they had come into the pavilion of Sir Brandiles, they found there spread a good refreshment of white bread and wine of excellent savour. Then after a while Sir Gawaine said to Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte, Messires, we observed a little while ago a very singular thing. For, as we stood together at the top of yonder hill and looked down into this plain, we beheld a single knight clad all in red armor who did battle with 10 knights. And that one knight in red armor combated the 10 with such fury that he drave them all from before him, though they were so many and he but one. And truly I make my vow that I have hardly ever seen a knight show such great prowess in arms as he. Yet when he had overcome all but 2 of those knights, and was in fair way to win a clear victory, he suddenly yielded himself unto the 2, and suffered them to take him, and bind him, and drive him with great indignity from the field. Now, I pray ye, tell me what was the meaning of that which we beheld, and who was that knight who fought so great a battle, and yet yielded himself so shamefully? At this Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte made no answer, but directed their looks another way, for they knew not what to say. But when Sir Gawaine beheld that they were abashed, he began more than ever to wonder what that thing meant. Wherefore he said, What is this? Why do ye not answer me? I bid ye tell me what is the meaning of your looks, and who is that red knight? Then, after a while, Sir Mador de la Porte said, I shall not tell you, but you may come and see. Then Sir Gawaine began to think maybe there was something in this that it would be better not to publish, and that, haply, he had best examine further into the matter alone. So he said unto the other knights, Bide ye here a little, messires, and I will go with Sir Mador de la Porte. So Sir Gawaine went with Sir Mador de la Porte, and Sir Mador led him unto the white pavilion. And when they had come there, Sir Mador drew aside the curtains of the pavilion, and he said, Enter. And Sir Gawaine entered. Now when he had come into the pavilion, he perceived that a man sat upon a couch of rushes covered with an azure cloth, and in a little he perceived that man was Sir Pellias. But Sir Pellias saw not him immediately, but sat with his head bowed like one altogether overwhelmed by a great despair. But when Sir Gawaine beheld who it was that sat upon the couch, he was greatly amazed, and cried out, "Ha! Is it thou, Sir Pellias? Is it thou?" But when Sir Pellias heard Sir Gawaine's voice, and when he perceived who it was that spake to him, he emitted an exceedingly bitter cry, and sprang to his feet, and ran as far away as the walls of the pavilion would let him, and turned his face unto the walls thereof. Then after a while Sir Gawaine spoke very sternly to Sir Pellias, saying, "Messire, I am astonished and very greatly ashamed that a knight of King Arthur's royal court and of his round table should behave in so dishonorable a manner as I saw thee behave this day. For it is hardly to be believed that a knight of such repute and nobility as thou would suffer himself to be taken and bound by two obscure knights as thou didst suffer thyself this day. How couldst thou bring thyself to submit to such indignity and insult? Now I do demand of thee that thou wilt explain this matter unto me." But Sir Pellias was silent and would not make any reply. Then Sir Gawaine cried out very fiercely, "Ha! Wilt thou not answer me?" And Sir Pellias shook his head. Then Sir Gawaine said, still speaking very fiercely, "Messire, thou shalt answer me, one way or another. For either thou shalt tell me the meaning of thy shameful conduct, or else thou shalt do extreme battle with me. For I will not suffer it that thou shalt bring such shame upon King Arthur and his round table without myself defending the honor and the credit of him and of it. One while thou and I were dear friends, but unless thou dost immediately exculpate thyself, I shall hold thee in contempt and shall regard thee as an enemy." Upon this Sir Pellias spake like unto one that was nigh distracted, and he said, "I will tell thee all." Then he confessed everything unto Sir Gawaine, telling all that had befallen since that time when he had left the May Court of Queen Guinevere to enter upon this adventure. And Sir Gawaine listened unto him with great amazement. And when Sir Pellias had made an end of telling all that had befallen him, Sir Gawaine said, "Certes, this is very wonderful. Indeed, I cannot understand how thou camest to be so entangled in the charms of this lady unless she hath bewitched thee with some great enchantment." Unto this Sir Pellias said, "Yea, I believe that I have been bewitched, for I am altogether beside myself in this, and am entirely unable to contain my passion." Then Sir Gawaine bethought him for a long while, considering that matter very seriously. And by he said, "I have a plan, and it is this. I will go unto the Lady Ettard myself, and will inquire diligently into this affair. And if I find that anyone hath entangled thee in enchantments, it will go hard with me, but I will punish that one with great dolor. For I shall not have it that another enchanter shall beguile thee, as one hath already beguiled Merlin the Wise." Then Sir Pellias said unto Sir Gawaine, "How wilt thou accomplish this matter, so as to gain into the presence of the Lady Ettard?" Thereupon Sir Gawaine replied, "That I will tell thee. We twain shall exchange armor, and I will go unto the castle in thy armor. When I have come there, I shall say that I have overcome thee in an encounter, and have taken thine armor away from thee. Then they will happily admit me into the castle to hear my story, and I shall have speech with her." Then Sir Pellias said, "Very well, it shall be as thou dost ordain." So Sir Pellias summoned an esquire, and Sir Gawaine summoned his esquire, and those two removed the armor from Sir Pellias, and clad Sir Gawaine therein. After they had done that, Sir Gawaine mounted upon the horse of Sir Pellias, and rode openly into that field wherein Sir Pellias had aforetime paraded. Now it happened that the Lady Ettard was at that time walking upon a platform within the castle walls, from which place she looked down into that meadow. So when she beheld a red knight parading in the meadow, she thought it was Sir Pellias come thither again, and at that she was vexed and affronted beyond all measure. Wherefore she said unto those nigh her, "That knight vexes me so wofully that I fear me I shall fall ill of vexation if he cometh here many more times. I would that I knew how to rid myself of him. For already and only an hour ago I sent 10 good knights against him, and he overcame them all with great despatch and with much dishonor unto them and unto me." So she beckoned to the Red Knight, and when he had come nigh to the walls of the castle, she said to him, "Sir Knight, why dost thou come hitherward to afflict me and to affront me thus? Canst thou not understand that the more often thou comest to tease me in this manner, the more do I hate thee?" Then Sir Gawaine opened the umbril of his helmet and showed his face, and the Lady Ettard saw that the Red Knight was not Sir Pellias. And Sir Gawaine said, "Lady, I am not that one whom thou supposest me to be, but another. For behold, I have thine enemy's armor upon my body, wherefore thou mayest see that I have overcome him. For thou mayest suppose that it is hardly to be thought that I could wear his armor unless I took it from him by force of arms. Wherefore thou needest trouble thyself no more about him." Then the Lady Ettard could not think otherwise than this knight, whom she knew not, had indeed overthrown Sir Pellias in a bout of arms and had taken his armor away from him. And indeed she was exceedingly astonished that such a thing could have happened, for it appeared to her that Sir Pellias was one of the greatest knights in the world, wherefore she marveled who this knight could be who had overthrown him in battle. So she gave command to sundry of those in attendance upon her that they should go forth and bring that Red Knight into the castle, and that they should pay him great honor, for that he must assuredly be one of the very greatest champions in the world. Thus Sir Gawaine came into the castle and was brought before the Lady Ettard, where she stood in a wonderfully large and noble hall. For that hall was illuminated by 7 tall windows of colored glass, and it was hung around with tapestries and hangings, very rich and of a most excellent quality, wherefore Sir Gawaine was greatly astonished at the magnificence of all that he beheld in that place. Now Sir Gawaine had taken the helmet from off his head, and he bore it under his arm and against his hip, and his head was bare so that all who were there could see his face very plainly. Wherefore they all perceived that he was exceedingly comely, that his eyes were as blue as steel, his nose high and curved, and his hair and beard very dark and rich in color. Moreover, his bearing was exceedingly steadfast and haughty, so that those who beheld him were awed by the great knightliness of his aspect. Then the Lady Ettard came to Sir Gawaine and gave him her hand, and he kneeled down and set it to his lips. And the lady bespoke him very graciously, saying, "Sir Knight, it would give me a great deal of pleasure if thou wouldst make us acquainted with thy name, and if thou wouldst proclaim thy degree of estate unto us." Unto this Sir Gawaine made reply, "Lady, I cannot inform you of these things at these present, being just now vowed unto secrecy upon those points, wherefore I do crave your patience for a little." Then the Lady Ettard said, "Sir Knight, it is a great pity that we may not know thy name and degree. Nevertheless, though we are as yet in ignorance as to thy quality, I yet hope that thou wilt give us the pleasure of thy company a while, and that thou wilt condescend to remain within this poor place for 2 days or 3, whilst we offer thee such refreshment as we are able to do." End of section 33. Section 34 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of 3 Worthies, Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias, Chapter 5th, Part 2. Now here a very untoward thing befell, to wit, it was this: the Lady Ettard had come to love that necklace of emeralds and of opal stones and of gold that she had borrowed from Sir Pellias, and that to such a degree that she never let it depart from her, whether by day or by night. Wherefore she wore it at that moment hanging about her neck and her throat. So, as she talked to Sir Gawaine, he looked upon that necklace, and the enchantment thereof began to take a very great hold upon him. For he presently began to feel as though his heart was drawn with exceeding ardency out of his bosom and unto the Lady Ettard, so much so that, in a little while, he could not at all keep his regard withdrawn from her. And the more he looked upon the necklace and the lady, the more did the enchantment of the jewel take hold upon his spirits. Accordingly, when the Lady Ettard spake so graciously unto him, he was very glad to accept of her kindness, wherefore he said, gazing very ardently at her the whiles, Lady, thou art exceedingly gentle to extend so great a courtesy unto me. Wherefore I shall be glad beyond measure for to stay with thee for a short while. At these words the Lady Ettard was very greatly pleased, for she said to herself, Certes, this knight, albeit I know not who he may be, must be a champion of extraordinary prowess and of exalted achievement. Now if I can persuade him to remain in this castle as my champion, then shall I doubtless gain very great credit thereby, for I shall have one for to defend my rights who must assuredly be the greatest knight in all the world. Wherefore she set forth every charm and grace of demeanor to please Sir Gawaine, and Sir Gawaine was altogether delighted by the kindness of her manner. Now Sir Engamore was there present at that time, wherefore he was very greatly troubled in spirit. For in the same degree that Sir Gawaine received courtesy from the Lady Ettard, in that same degree Sir Engamore was cast down into great sorrow and distress, so much so that it was a pity for to see him. For Sir Engamore said to himself, Aforetime, ere these foreign knights came hitherward, the Lady Ettard was very kind to me, and was willing to take me for her champion and lord. But first came Sir Pellias, and overthrew me, and now cometh this strange knight, and overthroweth him. Wherefore, in the presence of such a great champion as this, I am come to be as nothing in her sight. So Sir Engamore withdrew himself from that place, and went unto his closet, where he sat himself down alone in great sorrow. Now the Lady Ettard had given command that a very noble and splendid feast should be prepared for Sir Gawaine and for herself, and whilst it was preparing, she and Sir Gawaine walked together in the pleasaunce of the castle. For there was a very pleasant shade in the place, and flowers grew there in great abundance, and many birds sang very sweetly in among the blossoms of the trees. And as Sir Gawaine and the lady walked thus together, the attendants stood at a little distance and regarded them, and they said to one another, Assuredly it would be a very good thing if the Lady Ettard would take this knight for her champion, and if he should stay here in Grantmesnle forever. So Sir Gawaine and the lady walked together, talking very cheerfully until sunset, and at that time the supper was prepared, and they went in and sat down to it. And as they supped, a number of pages, very fair of face, played upon harps before them, and sundry damsels sang very sweetly in accord to that music, so that the bosom of Sir Gawaine was greatly expanded with joy. Wherefore he said to himself, Why should I ever leave this place? Lo, I have been banished from King Arthur's court. Why then should I not establish here a court of mine own that might, in time, prove to be like to his for glory? And the Lady Ettard was so beautiful in his eyes that this seemed to him to be a wonderfully pleasant thought. Now turn we unto Sir Pellias. For after Sir Gawaine had left him, the heart of Sir Pellias began to misgive him that he had not been wise, and at last he said to himself, Suppose that Sir Gawaine should forget his duty to me when he meeteth the Lady Ettard, for it seems that haply she possesses some potent charm that might well draw the heart of Sir Gawaine unto her. Wherefore, if Sir Gawaine should come within the circle of such enchantment as that, he may forget his duty unto me, and may transgress against the honor of his knighthood. And the more that Sir Pellias thought of this, the more troubled he grew in his mind. So at last, when evening had fallen, he called an esquire unto him, and he said, Go and fetch me hither the garb of a black friar, for I would fain go into the castle of Grantmesnle in disguise. So the esquire went as he commanded, and brought him such a garb, and Sir Pellias clad himself therein. Now by that time the darkness had come entirely over the face of the earth, so that it would not have been possible for anyone to know Sir Pellias, even if they had seen his face. So he went unto the castle, and they who were there, thinking that he was a black friar, as he appeared to be, admitted him into the castle by the postern gate. So, as soon as Sir Pellias had come into the castle, he began to make diligent inquiry concerning where he might find that knight who had come thither in the afternoon, and those within the castle, still thinking him to be a friar of black orders, said unto him, What would ye with that knight? To the which Sir Pellias said, I have a message for him. They of the castle said, Ye cannot come at that knight just now, for he is at supper with the Lady Ettard, and he holds her in pleasant discourse." At this Sir Pellias began to wax very angry, for he greatly misliked the thought that Sir Gawaine should then make merry with the Lady Ettard. So he said, speaking very sternly, "I must presently have speech with that knight, wherefore I bid ye to bring me unto him without delay." Then they of the castle said, "Wait, and we will see if that knight is willing to have you come to him." So one of the attendants went unto that place where Sir Gawaine sat at supper with the Lady Ettard, and he said, "Sir Knight, there hath come hither a black friar who demandeth to have present speech with thee, and he will not be denied, but continually maketh that demand." At this Sir Gawaine was greatly troubled in his conscience, for he knew that he was not dealing honorably by Sir Pellias, and he pondered whether or not this black friar might be a messenger from his friend. But yet he could not see how he might deny such a messenger's speech with him. So after a while of thought he said, "Fetch the black friar hither, and let him deliver his message to me." So Sir Pellias, in the garb of a black friar, was brought by the attendants into the outer room of that place where Sir Gawaine sat at supper with the lady. But for a little time Sir Pellias did not enter the room, but stood behind the curtain of the anteroom and looked upon them, for he desired to make sure as to whether or no Sir Gawaine was true to him. Now everything in that room where the knight and the lady sat was bedight with extraordinary splendor, and it was illuminated by a light of several score of waxen tapers that sent forth a most delightful perfume as they burned. And as Sir Pellias stood behind the curtains, he beheld Sir Gawaine and the Lady Ettard as they sat at the table together, and he saw that they were filled with pleasure in the company of one another. And he saw that Sir Gawaine and the lady quaffed wine out of the same chalice, and that the cup was of gold. And as he saw those two making merry with one another, he was filled with great anger and indignation, for he now perceived that Sir Gawaine had betrayed him. So by and by he could contain himself no longer, wherefore he took 5 steps into that room and stood before Sir Gawaine and the Lady Ettard. And when they looked upon him in great surprise, he cast back the hood from his face, and they knew him. Then the Lady Ettard shrieked with great vehemence, crying out, "I have been betrayed!" And Sir Gawaine sat altogether silent, for he had not a single word to say either to the lady or to Sir Pellias. Then Sir Pellias came close to the Lady Ettard with such a fell countenance that she could not move for fear. And when he had come nigh to her, he catched that necklace of emeralds and opal stones and gold with such violence that he brake the clasp thereof, and so plucked it from her neck. Then he said, "This is mine, and thou hast no right to it." And therewith he thrust it into his bosom. Then he turned upon Sir Gawaine where he sat, and he said, "Thou art false, both unto thy knighthood and unto thy friendship, for thou hast betrayed me utterly." Thereupon he raised his arm and smote Sir Gawaine upon the face with the back of his hand so violently that the mark of his fingers was left in red all across the cheek of Sir Gawaine. Then Sir Gawaine fell as pale as ashes, and he cried out, "Sir, I have in sooth betrayed thee, but thou hast offered such affront to me that our injury is equal." To the which Sir Pellias made reply, "Not so. For the injury I gave to thee is only upon thy cheek, but the injury thou gavest to me is upon my heart. Nevertheless I will answer unto thee for the affront I have done thee. But thou also shalt answer unto me for the offense thou hast done unto me, in that thou hast betrayed me." Then Sir Gawaine said, "I am willing to answer unto thee in full measure." And Sir Pellias said, "Thou shalt indeed do so." Thereupon he turned and left that place, nor did he so much as look again either at Sir Gawaine or at the Lady Ettard. But now that the Lady Ettard no longer had the magic collar about her neck, Sir Gawaine felt nothing of the great enchantment that had aforetime drawn him so vehemently unto her. Accordingly he now suffered a misliking for her as great as that liking which had aforetime drawn him unto her. Wherefore he said to himself, "How was it possible that for this lady I could have so betrayed my knighthood, and have done so much harm unto my friend?" So he pushed back his chair very violently, and arose from that table with intent to leave her. But when the Lady Ettard saw his intent, she spake to him with very great anger, for she was very much affronted in that he had deceived her when he said that he had overcome Sir Pellias. Wherefore she said with great heat, "Thou mayest go, and I am very willing for to have thee do so, for thou didst say false when thou didst tell me that thou hadst overcome Sir Pellias. For now I perceive that he is both a stronger and a nobler knight than thou. For he smote thee as though thou wert his servant, and thou yet bearest the marks of his fingers upon thy cheek." At this Sir Gawaine was exceedingly wroth, and entirely filled with the shame of that which had befallen him. Wherefore he said, Lady, I think thou hast bewitched me to bring me to such a pass of dishonour. As for Sir Pellias, look forth into that meadow tomorrow, and see if I do not put a deeper mark upon him than ever he hath put upon me." Thereupon he left that place, and went down into the courtyard, and called upon the attendants who were there for to fetch him his horse. So they did as he commanded, and he straightway rode forth into the night. And he was very glad of the darkness of the night, for it appeared to him that it was easier to bear his shame in the darkness. Wherefore, when he had come to the glade of trees, he would not enter the pavilion where his friends were. And also, when Sir Ewaine and Sir Marhaus came out unto him, and bade him to come in, he would not do so, but stayed without in the darkness. For he said unto himself, If I go in where is a light, haply they will behold the mark of Sir Pellias, his hand upon my face. So he stayed without in the darkness, and bade them to go away and leave him alone. But when they had gone, he called his esquire unto him, and he said, Take this red armour off me, and carry it unto the pavilion of Sir Pellias, for I hate it. So the esquire did as Sir Gawaine commanded, and Sir Gawaine walked up and down for the entire night, greatly troubled in spirit and in heart. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias, Chapter 6th, Part 1. How the Lady of the Lake took back her necklace from Sir Pellias. Now when the next morning had come, Sir Gawaine summoned his esquire unto him, and said, Fetch hither my armour, and case me in it. And the esquire did so. Then Sir Gawaine said, Help me unto my horse. And the esquire did so. And the morning was still very early, with the grass all lustrous and sparkling with dew, and the little birds singing with such vehemence that it might have caused any one great joy to be alive. Wherefore, when Sir Gawaine was seated a horseback and in armour, he began to take more courage unto himself, and the dark vapours that had whilom overshadowed him lifted themselves a little. So he bespoke his esquire with stronger voice, saying, Take this glove of mine, and bear it to Sir Pellias, and tell him that Sir Gawaine parades in the meadow in front of the castle, and that he there challenges Sir Pellias for to meet him a horse or a foot, howsoever that knight may choose. At these that esquire was very much astonished, for Sir Gawaine and Sir Pellias had always been such close friends that there was hardly their like for friendship in all that land, wherefore their love for one another had become a byword with all men. But he held his peace concerning his thoughts, and only said, Wilt thou not eat food ere thou goest to battle? And Sir Gawaine said, Nay, I will not eat until I have fought. Wherefore do thou go and do as I have bid thee. So Sir Gawaine's esquire went to Sir Pellias in his pavilion, and he gave unto that knight the glove of Sir Gawaine, and he delivered Sir Gawaine's message to him. And Sir Pellias said, Tell thy master that I will come forth to meet him as soon as I have broken my fast. Now when the news of that challenge had come to the ears of Sir Brandiles and Sir Mador de la Porte and Sir Ewaine and Sir Marhaus, those knights were greatly disturbed thereat. And Sir Ewaine said to the others, Messires, let us go and make inquiries concerning this business. So the four knights went to the white pavilion where Sir Pellias was breaking his fast. And when they had come into the presence of Sir Pellias, Sir Ewaine said to him, What is this quarrel betwixt my kinsman and thee? And Sir Pellias made reply, I will not tell thee, so let it be, and meddle not with it. Then Sir Ewaine said, Wouldst thou do serious battle with thy friend? To which Sir Pellias said, He is a friend to me no longer. Then Sir Brandiles cried out, It is a great pity that a quarrel should lie betwixt such friends as thou and Sir Gawaine. Wilt thou not let us make peace betwixt you? But Sir Pellias replied, Ye cannot make peace, for this quarrel cannot be stayed until it is ended. Then those knights saw that their words could be of no avail, and they went away and left Sir Pellias. So when Sir Pellias had broken his fast, he summoned an esquire named Montenoir, and he bade him case him in that red armor that he had worn for all this time, and Montenoir did so. Then when Sir Pellias was clad in that armor, he rode forth into the meadow before the castle where Sir Gawaine paraded. And when he had come thither, those 4 other knights came to him again, and besought him that he would let peace be made betwixt him and Sir Gawaine. But Sir Pellias would not listen to them, and so they went away again and left him, and he rode forth into the field before the castle of Grantmesnle. Now a great concourse of people had come down upon the castle walls for to behold that assault at arms, for news thereof had gone all about that place. And it had also come to be known that the knight that would do combat with Sir Pellias was that very famous royal knight hight Sir Gawaine, the son of King Lot of Orkney, and a nephew of King Arthur. Wherefore all the people were very desirous to behold so famous a knight do battle. Likewise the Lady Ettard came down to the walls and took her stand in a lesser tower that overlooked the field of battle. And when she had taken her stand at that place, she beheld that Sir Pellias wore that necklace of emeralds and opal stones and gold above his body armor, and her heart went out to him because of it. Wherefore she hoped that he might be the victor in that encounter. Then each knight took his station in such place as seemed to him to be fitting, and they dressed each his spear and his shield, and made him ready for the assault. Then when they were in all ways prepared, Sir Marhaus gave the signal for the assault. Thereupon each knight instantly quitted that station which he held, dashing against the other with the speed of lightning, and with such fury that the earth thundered and shook beneath their horses' hoofs. So they met fairly in the centre of the course, each knight striking the other in the very midst of his defences. And in that encounter the spear of Sir Gawaine burst even to the handguard, but the spear of Sir Pellias held, so that Sir Gawaine was cast out of his saddle with terrible violence, smiting the earth with such force that he rolled thrice over in the dust, and then lay altogether motionless as though bereft of life. At this all those people upon the walls shouted with a great voice, for it was an exceedingly noble assault at arms. Then the 4 knights who stood watching that encounter made all haste unto Sir Gawaine where he lay, and Sir Pellias also rode back and sat his horse nigh at hand. Then Sir Ewaine and Sir Gawaine's esquire unlaced the helmet of Sir Gawaine with all speed, and behold, his face was the colour of ashes, and they could not see that he breathed. Thereupon Sir Marhaus said, I believe that thou hast slain this knight, Sir Pellias. And Sir Pellias said, Dost thou think so? Yea, quoth Sir Marhaus, and I deem it a great pity. Unto which Sir Pellias made reply, He hath not suffered more than he deserved. At these words Sir Ewaine was filled with great indignation, wherefore he cried out, Sir Knight, I think that thou forgettest the quality of this knight. For not only is he a fellow companion of the Round Table, to whom thou hast vowed entire brotherhood, but he is also the son of a king, and the nephew of King Arthur himself. But to this Sir Pellias maintained a very steadfast countenance, and replied, I would not repent me of this were that knight a king in his own right, instead of the son of a king. Then Sir Ewaine lifted up his voice with great indignation, crying out upon Sir Pellias, Begone, or a great ill may befall thee. Well, said Sir Pellias, I will go. Upon this he turned his horse, and rode away from that place, and entered the woodland, and so was gone from their sight. Then those others present lifted up Sir Gawaine, and bare him away unto the pavilion late of Sir Pellias, and there they laid him upon the couch of Sir Pellias. But it was above an hour ere he recovered himself again, and for a great part of that while those nigh unto him believed him to have been dead. But not one of those knights wist what was the case, to wit, that Sir Pellias had been so sorely wounded in the side in that encounter, that it was not to be hoped that he could live for more than that day. For though the spear of Sir Gawaine had burst, and though Sir Pellias had overthrown him entirely, yet the head of Sir Gawaine's spear had pierced the armor of Sir Pellias, and had entered his side, and had there broken off, so that of the iron of the spear the length of the breadth of a palm had remained in the body of Sir Pellias a little above the midriff. Wherefore, while Sir Pellias sat there talking so steadfastly unto those 4 knights, he was yet whiles in a great passion of pain, and the blood ran down into his armor in abundance. So what with the loss of the blood, and of the great agony which he suffered, the brain of Sir Pellias swam as light as a feather all the time that he held talk with those others. But he said not a word unto them concerning the grievous wound he had received, but rode away very proudly into the forest. But when he had come into the forest, he could not forbear him any longer, but fell to groaning very sorely, crying out, Alas! Alas! I have certes got my death wound in this battle. Now it chanced that morn that the damsel Parcenet had ridden forth to fly a young gerfalcon, and a dwarf belonging to the Lady Ettard had ridden with her for company. So, as the damsel and the dwarf rode through a certain part of the forest skirt, not a very great distance from Grantmenle, where the thicker part of the woodland began and the thinner part thereof ceased, the damsel heard a voice in the woodlands lamenting with very great dolour. So she stopped and hearkened, and by she heard that voice again making a great moan. Then Parcenet said to the dwarf, What is that I hear? Certes it is the voice of someone in lamentation. Now let us go and see who it is that maketh such woeful moan. And the dwarf said, It shall be as thou sayest. So the damsel and the dwarf went a little way farther, and there they beheld a knight sitting upon a black horse beneath an oak tree. And that knight was clad altogether in red armor, wherefore Parcenet knew that it must be Sir Pellias. And she saw that Sir Pellias leaned with the butt of his spear upon the ground, and so upheld himself upon his horse, from which he would otherwise have fallen because of his great weakness, and all the while he made that great moan that Parcenet had heard. So, seeing him in this sorry condition, Parcenet was overcome with great pity, and she made haste to him, crying out, Alas, Sir Pellias, what ails thee? Then Sir Pellias looked at her as though she were a great way removed from him, and because of the faintness of his soul he beheld her as it were through thin water. And he said very faintly, Maiden, I am sore hurt. Thereupon she said, How art thou hurt, Sir Pellias? And he replied, I have a grievous wound in my side, for a spear's point standeth therein nigh a palm's breadth deep, so that it reaches nearly to my heart, wherefore meseems that I shall not live for very long. Upon this the maiden cried out, Alas, alas, what is this? And she made great lament, and smote her hands together with sorrow that that noble knight should have come to so grievous an extremity. Then the dwarf that was with Parcenet, seeing how greatly she was distracted by sorrow, said, Damsel, I know of a certain place in this forest, albeit it is a considerable distance from this, where there dwelleth a certain very holy hermit, who is an extraordinarily skillful leech. Now when we may bring this knight unto the chapel where that hermit dwelleth, I believe that he may be greatly holpen unto health and ease again. Upon this Parcenet said, Ganseret, for Ganseret was the dwarf's name, Ganseret, let us take this knight unto that place as quickly as we are able, for I tell thee sooth when I say that I have a very great deal of love for him. Well, said the dwarf, I will show thee where that chapel is. So the dwarf took the horse of Sir Pellias by the bridle rein, and led the way through that forest. And Parcenet rode beside Sir Pellias and upheld him upon his saddle. For some while Sir Pellias fainted with sickness and with pain, so that he would else have fallen had she not upheld him. Thus they went forward very sorrowfully, and at so slow a pace that it was noontide ere they came to that certain very dense and lonely part of the forest where the hermit abided. And when they had come unto that place, the dwarf said, Yonder, damsel, is the chapel whereof I spake. Then Parcenet lifted up her eyes, and she beheld where was a little woodland chapel built in among the leafy trees of the forest. And around this chapel was a little open lawn bedight with flowers, and nigh to the door of the hermitage was a fountain of water as clear as crystal. And this was a very secret and lonely place, and withal very silent and peaceful, for in front of the chapel they beheld a wild doe and her fawn browsing upon the tender grass and herbs without any fear of harm. And when the dwarf and the maiden and the wounded knight drew nigh, the doe and the fawn looked up with great wide eyes, and spread their large ears with wonder, yet fled not, fearing no harm, but by and by began their browsing again. Likewise, all about the chapel in the branches of the trees were great quantities of birds, singing and chirping very cheerfully, and those birds were waiting for their midday meal that the hermit was used to cast unto them. Now this was that same forest sanctuary whereunto King Arthur had come that time when he had been so sorely wounded by Sir Pellinore, as hath been aforetold in this history. As the maiden and the dwarf and the wounded knight drew nigh to this chapel, a little bell began ringing very sweetly, so that the sound thereof echoed all through those quiet woodlands, for it was now the hour of noon. And Sir Pellias heard that bell as it were a great way off, and first he said, whither am I come? And then he made shift to cross himself. And Parcenet crossed herself, and the dwarf kneeled down and crossed himself. Then when the bell had ceased ringing, the dwarf cried out in a loud voice, What ho! What ho! Here is one needing help. Then the door of the sanctuary was opened, and there came forth from that place a very venerable man, with a long white beard, as it were of finely carded wool. And lo, as he came forth, all those birds that waited there flew about him in great quantities, for they thought that he had come forth for to feed them. Wherefore the hermit was compelled to brush those small fowls away with his hands as he came unto where the three were stationed. And when he had come unto them, he demanded of them who they were, and why they had come thither with that wounded knight. So Parcenet told him how it was with them, and how they had found Sir Pellias so sorely wounded in the forest that morning, and had brought him hitherward. Then when the hermit had heard all of her story, he said, It is well, and I will take him in. So he took Sir Pellias into his cell, and when they had helped lay him upon the couch, Parcenet and the dwarf went their way homeward again. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 2. The Story of Sir Pellias, Chapter 6th, Part 2. After they had gone, the hermit examined the hurt of Sir Pellias, and Sir Pellias lay in a deep swoon. And the swoon was so deep that the hermit beheld that it was the death swoon, and that the knight was nigh to his end. So he said, This knight must assuredly die in a very little while, for I can do naught to save him. Wherefore he immediately quitted the side of Sir Pellias, and set about in haste to prepare the last sacrament, such as might be administered unto a noble knight who was dying. Now whilst the hermit was about this business, the door opened of a sudden, and there came into that place a very strange lady, clad all in green, and bedight around the arms with armlets of emeralds and opal stones inset into gold. And her hair, which was very soft, was entirely black, and was tied about with a cord of crimson ribbon. And the hermit beheld that her face was like to ivory for whiteness, and that her eyes were bright like unto jewels set into ivory, wherefore he knew that she was no ordinary mortal. And this lady went straight to Sir Pellias and leaned over him so that her breath touched his forehead. And she said, Alas, Sir Pellias, that thou shouldst lie so. Lady, said the hermit, thou mayest well say, Alas, for this knight hath only a few minutes to live. To this the lady said, Not so, thou holy man, for I tell thee that this knight shall have a long while yet to live. And when she had said this, she stooped, and took from about his neck that necklace of emeralds and opal stones and gold that encircled it, and she hung it about her own neck. Now when the hermit beheld what she did, he said, Lady, what is this that thou doest? And why dost thou take that ornament from a dying man? But the lady made reply very tranquilly, I gave it unto him, wherefore I do but take back again what is mine own. But now I prithee let me be with this knight for a little while, for I have great hope that I may bring back life unto him again. Then the hermit was a doubt, and he said, Wilt thou endeavor to heal him by magic? And the lady said, If I do, it will not be by magic that is black. So the hermit was satisfied, and went away, and left the lady alone with Sir Pellias. Now when the lady was thus alone with the wounded knight, she immediately set about doing sundry very strange things. For first she brought forth a lodestone of great power and potency, and this she set to the wound. And lo, the iron of the spearhead came forth from the wound, and as it came Sir Pellias groaned with great passion. And when the spear point came forth, there burst out a great issue of blood, like to a fountain of crimson. But the lady immediately pressed a fragrant napkin of fine cambric linen to the wound, and stanched the blood, and it bled no more, for she held it within the veins by very potent spells of magic. So the blood being stanched in this wise, the lady brought forth from her bosom a small crystal phial filled with an elixir of blue color and of a very singular fragrance. And she poured some of this elixir between the cold and leaden lips of the knight, and when the elixir touched his lips, the life began to enter into his body once more. For in a little while he opened his eyes and gazed about him with a very strange look, and the first thing that he beheld was that lady, clad in green, who stood beside him. And she was so beautiful that he thought that haply he had died and was in paradise, wherefore he said, Am I then dead? Nay, thou art not dead, said the lady, yet hast thou been parlously nigh to death. Where then am I? Said Sir Pellias. And she replied, Thou art in a deep part of the forest, and this is the cell of a saint-like hermit of the forest. At this Sir Pellias said, Who is it that hath brought me back to life? Upon this the lady smiled and said, It was I. Now for a little while Sir Pellias lay very silent. Then by and by he spake and said, Lady, I feel very strangely. Yea, said the lady, that is because thou hast now a different life. Then Sir Pellias said, How is it with me? And the lady said, It is thus, that to bring thee back to life I gave thee to drink of a certain draught of an elixir vitae, so that thou art now only half as thou wert before. For if by the one half thou art mortal, by the other half thou art fey. Then Sir Pellias looked up, and beheld that the lady had about her neck the collar of emeralds and opal stones and gold which he had aforetime worn. And lo, his heart went out to her with exceeding ardor, and he said, Lady, thou sayest that I am half fey, and I do perceive that thou art altogether fey. Now I pray thee to let it be that henceforth I may abide nigh unto where thou art. And the lady said, It shall be as thou dost ask, for it was to that end I have suffered thee nearly to die, and then have brought thee back unto life again. Then Sir Pellias said, When may I go with thee? And she said, In a little, when thou hast had to drink. How may that be? Said Sir Pellias, seeing that I am but yet like unto a little child for weakness. To the which the lady made reply, When thou hast drunk of water, thy strength shall return unto thee, and thou shalt be altogether well and whole again. So the Lady of the Lake went out, and presently returned, bearing in her hand an earthen crock filled with water from the fountain near at hand. And when Sir Pellias had drunk that water, he felt of a sudden his strength come altogether back to him. Yet he was not at all as he had been before, for now his body felt as light as air, and his soul was dilated with a pure joy such as he had never felt in his life before that time. Wherefore he immediately uprose from his couch of pain, and he said, Thou hast given life unto me again, now do I give that life unto thee forever. Then the lady looked upon him and smiled with great loving kindness. And she said, Sir Pellias, I have held thee in tender regard ever since I beheld thee one day in thy young knighthood drink a draught of milk at a cottager's hut in this forest. For the day was warm, and thou hadst set aside thy helmet, and a young milkmaid, brown of face and with bare feet, came and brought thee a bowl of milk, which same thou didst drink of with great appetite. That was the first time that I beheld thee, although thou didst not see me. Since that time I have had great friendship for all thy fellowship of King Arthur's court, and for King Arthur himself, all for thy sake. Then Sir Pellias said, Lady, wilt thou accept me for thy knight? And she said, Aye. Then Sir Pellias said, May I salute thee? And she said, Yea, if it pleasures thee. So Sir Pellias kissed her upon the lips, and so their troth was plighted. Now return we unto Parcenet and the dwarf. After those two had left that hermitage in the woodland, they betook their way again toward Grantmesnle. And when they had come nigh out of the forest at a place not far from the glade of trees wherein those knights companion had taken up their inn, they met one of those knights clad in half armor, and that knight was Sir Mador de la Porte. Then Parcenet called upon him by name, saying, Alas, Sir Mador, I have but this short time quitted a hermit's cell in the forest, where I left Sir Pellias sorely wounded to death, so I fear me he hath only a little while to live. Then Sir Mador de la Porte cried out, Ha, maiden, what is this thou tellest me? That is a very hard thing to believe, for when Sir Pellias quitted us this morn, he gave no sign of wound or disease of any sort. But Parcenet replied, Nevertheless I myself beheld him lying in great pain and dole, and ere he swooned his death swoon he himself told me that he had the iron of a spear in his side. Then Sir Mador de la Porte said, Alas, alas, that is sorry news. Now, damsel, by thy leave and grace, I will leave thee and hasten to my companions to tell them this news. And Parcenet said, I prithee do so. So Sir Mador de la Porte made haste to the pavilion where were his companions, and he told them the news that he had heard. Now at this time Sir Gawaine was altogether recovered from the violent overthrow he had suffered that morning. Wherefore when he heard the news that Sir Mador de la Porte brought to him, he smote his hands together and cried out aloud, Woe is me, what have I done? For first I betrayed my friend, and now I have slain him. Now I will go forth straightway to find him, and to crave his forgiveness ere he die. But Sir Ewaine said, What is this that thou wouldst do? Thou art not yet fit to undertake any journey. Sir Gawaine said, I care not, for I am determined to go and find my friend. Nor would he suffer any of his companions to accompany him. But when he had summoned his esquire to bring him his horse, he mounted thereon and rode away into the forest alone, betaking his way to the westward, and lamenting with great sorrow as he journeyed forward. Now when the afternoon had fallen very late, so that the sun was sloping to its setting, and the light fell as red as fire through the forest leaves, Sir Gawaine came to that hermit's cell where it stood in the silent and solitary part of the forest woodland. And he beheld that the hermit was outside of his cell, digging in a little garden of lentils. So when the hermit saw the armed knight come into that lawn all in the red light of the setting sun, he stopped digging and leaned upon his trowel. Then Sir Gawaine drew nigh, and as he sat upon his horse, he told the holy man of the business whereon he had come. To this the hermit said, There came a lady hither several hours ago, and she was clad all in green, and was of a very singular appearance, so that it was easy to see that she was fay. And by means of certain charms of magic that lady cured thy friend, and after she had healed him, the two rode away into the forest together. Then Sir Gawaine was very much amazed, and he said, This is a very strange thing that thou tellest me, that a knight who is dying should be brought back to life again in so short a time, and should so suddenly ride forth from a bed of pain. Now I prithee tell me whither they went. The hermit said, They went to the westward. Whereupon, when Sir Gawaine heard this, he said, I will follow them. So he rode away, and left the hermit gazing after him. And as he rode forward upon his way, the twilight began to fall apace, so that the woodlands after a while grew very dark and strange all around him. But as the darkness descended, a very singular miracle happened. For lo, there appeared before Sir Gawaine a light of a pale blue color, and it went before him and showed him the way, and he followed it, much marveling. Now after he had followed that light for a very long time, he came at last of a sudden to where the woodland ceased, and where there was a wide open plain of very great extent. And this plain was all illuminated by a singular radiance, which was like that of a clear full moonlight, albeit no moon was shining at that time. And in that pale and silver light Sir Gawaine could see everything with wonderful distinctness. Wherefore he beheld that he was in a plain covered all over with flowers of divers sorts, the odors whereof so filled the night that it appeared to press upon the bosom with a great pleasure. And he beheld that in front of him lay a great lake very wide and still, and all those things appeared so strange in that light that Sir Gawaine wotted that he had come into a land of faery. So he rode among tall flowers toward that lake in a sort of fear, for he wist not what was to befall him. Now as he drew near the lake, he perceived a knight and a lady approaching him. And when they had come nigh, he beheld that the knight was Sir Pellias, and that his countenance was exceedingly strange. And he beheld that the lady was she whom he had aforetime seen all clad in green apparel, when he had travelled in the forest of adventure with Sir Ewaine and Sir Marhaus. Now when Sir Gawaine first beheld Sir Pellias, he was filled with a great fear, for he thought it was a spirit that he saw. But when he perceived that Sir Pellias was alive, there came into his bosom a joy as great as that fear had been. Wherefore he made haste toward Sir Pellias, and when he had come near to Sir Pellias, he leaped from off his horse, crying out, Forgive, forgive, with great vehemence of passion. Then he would have taken Sir Pellias into his arms, But Sir Pellias withdrew himself from the contact of Sir Gawaine, though not with any violence of anger, and Sir Pellias spake in a voice very thin and of a silvery clearness, as though it came from a considerable distance. And he said, Touch me not, for I am not as I was aforetime, being not all human, but part fay. But concerning my forgiveness, I do forgive thee whatsoever injury I may have suffered at thy hands. And more than this I give unto thee my love, and I greatly hope for thy joy and happiness. But now I go away to leave thee, dear friend, and haply I shall not behold thee again. Wherefore I do leave this with thee as my last behest, to wit, that thou dost go back to King Arthur's court, and make thy peace with the Queen. So thou mayest bring them news of all that hath happened unto me. Then Sir Gawaine cried out in great sorrow, Whither wouldst thou go? And Sir Pellias said, I shall go to yonder wonderful city of gold and azure, which lieth in yonder valley of flowers. Then Sir Gawaine said, I see no city, but only a lake of water. Whereupon Sir Pellias replied, Ne'theless there is a city yonder, and thither I go, wherefore I do now bid thee farewell. Then Sir Gawaine looked into the face of Sir Pellias, and beheld again that strange light, that it was of a very singular appearance. For lo, it was white like to ivory, and his eyes shone like jewels set in ivory, and a smile lay upon his lips and grew neither more nor less, but always remained the same. For those who were of that sort had always that singular appearance, and smiled in that manner, to wit, the Lady of the Lake, and Sir Pellias, and Sir Launcelot of the Lake. Then Sir Pellias and the Lady of the Lake turned and left Sir Gawaine where he stood, and they went toward the lake, and they entered the lake, and when the feet of the horse of Sir Pellias had touched the water of the lake, lo, Sir Pellias was gone, and Sir Gawaine beheld him no more, although he stood there for a long time, weeping with great passion. So endeth the story of Sir Pellias. But Sir Gawaine returned unto the court of King Arthur as he had promised Sir Pellias to do, and he made his peace with Queen Guinevere. And thereafter, though the Queen loved him not, yet there was a peace betwixt them. And Sir Gawaine published these things to the court of King Arthur, and all men marvelled at what he told. And only twice thereafter was Sir Pellias ever seen of any of his aforetime companions. And Sir Marhaus was made a companion of the Round Table, and became one of the foremost knights thereof. And the Lady Ettard took Sir Engamore into favour again, and that summer they were wedded, and Sir Engamore became Lord of Grantmesnle. So endeth this story. End of section 36. Section 37 of the story of King Arthur and his knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 3. The Story of Sir Gawaine, Chapter 1st, Part 1. Part 3. The Story of Sir Gawaine. Here followeth the story of Sir Gawaine, and of how he discovered such wonderful faithfulness unto King Arthur, who was his lord, that I do not believe that the like of such faithfulness was ever seen before. For indeed, though Sir Gawaine was at times very rough and harsh in his manner, and though he was always so plain spoken that his words hid the gentle nature that lay within him, yet under this pride of manner was much courtesy, and at times he was so urbane of manner and so soft of speech, that he was called by many the Knight of the Silver Tongue. So here ye shall read how his faithfulness unto King Arthur brought him such high reward that almost anyone in all the world might envy him his great good fortune. Chapter 1st. How a white hart appeared before King Arthur, and how Sir Gawaine and Gaheris his brother went in pursuit thereof, and of what befell them in that quest. Upon a certain time King Arthur, together with Queen Guinevere and all of his court, were making progression through that part of his kingdom which was not very near to Camelot. At this time the king journeyed in very great state, and Queen Guinevere had her court about her. So there were many esquires and pages, wherefore what with knights, lords, and ladies in attendance, more than 60 of people were with the king and queen. Now it chanced that at this time the season of the year was very warm, so that when the middle of the day had come, the king commanded that a number of pavilions should be spread for their accommodation, wherein that they might rest there until the heat of the day had passed. So the attendants spread 3 pavilions in a pleasant glade upon the outskirts of the forest. When this had been done, the king gave command that the tables, whereat they were to eat their midday meal, should be spread beneath the shadow of that glade of trees, for there was a gentle wind blowing, and there were many birds singing, so that it was very pleasant to sit in the open air. Accordingly the attendants of the court did as the king commanded, and the tables were set upon the grass beneath the shade, and the king and queen and all the lords and ladies of their courts sat down to that cheerful repast. Now whiles they sat there feasting with great content of spirit, and with much mirth and goodly talk among themselves, there came of a sudden a great outcry from the woodland that was near by, and therewith there burst forth from the cover of that leafy wilderness a very beautiful white hart, pursued by a white brachet of equal beauty. And there was not a hair upon either of these animals that was not as white as milk, and each wore about its neck a collar of gold, very beautiful to behold. The hound pursued the white hart with a very great outcry and bellowing, and the hart fled in the utmost terror. In this wise they ran thrice around the table where King Arthur and his court sat at meat, and twice in that chase the hound caught the hart and pinched it on its haunch, and therewith the hart leapt away, and all they who sat there observed that there was blood at 2 places upon its haunch where the hound had pinched it. But each time the hart escaped from the hound, and the hound followed after it with much outcry of yelling, so that King Arthur and Queen Guinevere and all their court were annoyed at the noise and tumult that those 2 creatures made. Then the hart fled away into the forest again by another path, and the hound pursued it, and both were gone. And the baying of the hound sounded more and more distant as it ran away into the woodland. Now, ere the king and queen and their court had recovered from their astonishment at these things, there suddenly appeared at that part of the forest whence the hart and the hound had emerged a knight and a lady, and the knight was of very lordly presence, and the lady was exceedingly beautiful. The knight was clad in half armor, and the lady was clad in green as though for the chase, and the knight rode upon a charger of dapple gray, and the lady upon a piebald palfrey. With them were 2 esquires also clad for the chase. These, seeing the considerable company gathered there, paused as though in surprise, and whilst they stood so, there suddenly appeared another knight upon a black horse, clad in complete armor, and he seemed to be very angry. For he ran upon the half-armed knight and smote him so sorry a blow with his sword that the first knight fell down from his horse and lay upon the ground as though dead, whereat the lady who was with him shrieked with great dolor. Then the full-armed knight upon the black horse ran to the lady and catched her, and he lifted her from her palfrey and laid her across the horn of his saddle, and thereupon he rode back into the forest again. The lady screamed with such vehemence of violent outcry that it was a great pity to hear her, but the knight paid no attention to her shrieking, but bore her away by main force into the forest. Then, after he and the lady had gone, the 2 esquires came and lifted up the wounded knight upon his horse, and then they also went away into the forest and were gone. All this King Arthur and his court beheld from a distance, and they were so far away that they could not stay that knight upon the black horse from doing what he did to carry away the lady into the forest, nor could they bring succor to that other knight in half armor whom they had beheld struck down in that wise. So they were very greatly grieved at what they had beheld, and knew not what to think of it. Then King Arthur said to his court, "Messires, is there not some one of you who will follow up this adventure, and discover what is the significance of that which we have seen, and compel that knight to tell why he behaved as he did?" Upon this Sir Gawaine said, "Lord, I shall be very glad indeed to take upon me this adventure, if I have thy leave to do so." And King Arthur said, "Thou hast my leave." Then Sir Gawaine said, Lord, I would that thou would also let me take my younger brother, Gaheris, with me, as mine esquire in this undertaking. For he groweth apace unto manhood, and yet he hath never beheld any considerable adventure at arms. So King Arthur said, Thou hast my leave to take thy brother with thee. At this Gaheris was very glad, for he was of an adventurous spirit, wherefore the thought of going with his brother upon this quest gave him great pleasure. So they two went to the pavilion of Sir Gawaine, and there Gaheris aided Sir Gawaine as his esquire to don his armor. Then they rode forth upon that quest which Sir Gawaine had undertaken. Now they journeyed onward for a very considerable distance, following that direction which they had seen the hart take when it had sped away from before the hound, and when from time to time they would meet some of the forest folk, they would inquire of them whither had fled that white brachet and the white hart, and whither had fled the knight and the lady, and so they followed that adventure apace. By and by, after a long pass, it being far advanced in the afternoon, they were suddenly aware of a great uproar of conflict as of a fierce battle in progress. So they followed this sound, and after a while they came to an open meadowland with very fair and level sward. Here they beheld two knights fighting with great vehemence of passion and with a very deadly purpose. Then Sir Gawaine said, What is this? Let us go see. So he and Gaheris rode forward to where those two knights were engaged, and as they approached, the two knights paused in their encounter and rested upon their weapons. Then Sir Gawaine said, Ha, messires, what is to do, and why do ye fight with such passion, the one against the other, in that wise? Then one of the knights said to Sir Gawaine, Sir, this does not concern you. And the other said, Meddle not with us, for this battle is of our own choosing. Messires, said Sir Gawaine, I would be very sorry to interfere in your quarrel, but I am in pursuit of a white hart and a white brachet that came this way, and also of a knight who hath carried off a lady upon the same pass. Now I would be greatly beholden to ye, if you would tell me if ye have seen aught of one or the other. Then that knight who had first spoken said, Sir, this is a very strange matter, for it was upon account of that very white hart and that brachet, and of the knight and the lady that we two were just now engaged in that battle as thou didst behold. For the case is this. We two are two brothers, and we were riding together in great amity when that hart and that hound came hitherward. Then my brother said he very greatly hoped that the white hart would escape from the hound, and I said that I hoped the hound would overtake the hart and bring it to earth. Then came that knight with that lady, his captive, and I said that I would follow that knight and rescue the lady, and my brother said that he would undertake that adventure. Upon these points we fell into dispute, for it appeared to me that I felt a great affection for that hound, and my brother felt as extraordinary regard for the white hart, and that, as I had first spoken, I should have the right to follow that adventure. But my brother felt affection for the hart, and he considered that as he was the elder of us twain, he had the best right to the adventure. So we quarrelled, and by we fell to upon that fight in which thou didst see us engaged. At this Sir Gawaine was very greatly astonished, and he said, Messires, I cannot understand how so great a quarrel should have arisen from so small a dispute. And certes it is a great pity for two brothers to quarrel as ye have done, and to give one another such sore cuts and wounds as I perceive you have both received. Messires, said the second knight, I think thou art right, and I now find myself to be very much ashamed of that quarrel. And the other said, I too am sorry for what I have done. Then Sir Gawaine said, Sirs, I would be very glad indeed if you would tell me your names. And the one knight said, I am called Sir Sorlois of the forest. And the other said, I am called Sir Brian of the forest. Then Sir Sorlois said, Sir Knight, I would deem it a very great courtesy if thou wouldst tell me who thou art. I would be very glad to do that, said Sir Gawaine. And therewith he told them his name and condition. Now when they heard who Sir Gawaine was, those two knights were very greatly astonished and pleased, for no one in all the courts of chivalry was more famous than Sir Gawaine, the son of King Lot of Orkney. Wherefore those two brothers said, It is certainly a great joy to us to meet so famous a knight as thou art, Sir Gawaine. Then Sir Gawaine said, Sir Knights, that hart and that hound came only a short while ago to where King Arthur and Queen Guinevere and their courts of lords and ladies were at feast, and there likewise all we beheld that knight seize upon the lady and make her captive. Wherefore I and my brother have come forth upon command of King Arthur, for to discover what is the meaning of that which we beheld. Now I shall deem it a very great courtesy upon your part if you will cease from this adventure, and will go in amity unto the court of the king, and will tell him of what ye beheld, and of how you quarrelled, and of how we met. For otherwise I myself will have to engage ye both, and that would be a great pity, for ye are weary with battle, and I am fresh. Then these two knights said, Sir, we will do as you desire, for we have no wish to have to do with so powerful a knight as you. Thereupon those two knights departed, and went to the court of King Arthur as Sir Gawaine ordained. And Sir Gawaine and his brother rode forward upon their adventure. Now, by and by, they came nigh to a great river, and there they beheld before them a single knight in full armor, who carried a spear in his hand, and a shield hanging to his saddle bow. Thereupon Sir Gawaine made haste forward, and he called aloud to the knight, and the knight paused and waited until Sir Gawaine had overtaken him. And when Sir Gawaine came up to that knight, he said, Sir knight, hast thou seen a white hart and a white hound pass by this way? And hast thou seen a knight bearing off a captive lady? Unto this the knight said, Yea, I beheld them both, and I am even now following after them with intent to discover whither they are bound. Then Sir Gawaine said, Sir knight, I bid thee not to follow this adventure farther, for I myself am set upon it. Wherefore I desire thee for to give it over, so that I may undertake it in thy stead. Sir, said the other knight, speaking with a very great deal of heat, I know not who thou art, nor do I care a very great deal. But touching the pursuance of this adventure, I do tell thee that I myself intend to follow it to the end, and so will I do, let who will undertake to stay me. Thereupon Sir Gawaine said, Messire, thou shalt not go forward upon this adventure unless thou hast first to do with me. And the knight said, Sir, I am very willing for that. So each knight took such stand upon that field as appeared to him to be best, and each put himself into a posture of defence, and dressed his shield and his spear. Then, when they were thus prepared in all ways, they immediately launched forth, the one against the other, rushing together with great speed and with such an uproar that the ground trembled and shook beneath them. So they met together in the midst of the course, and the spear of the strange knight burst all into small pieces, but the spear of Sir Gawaine held. Wherefore he hurled that knight out of his saddle with such violence that he smote the ground with a blow like an earthquake. Then Sir Gawaine rode back to where his enemy was, for that knight was unable to arise. And he removed the helmet from the head of the fallen knight, and beheld that he was very young and comely. Now when the fresh air smote upon the knight's face, he presently awoke from his swoon, and came back unto his senses again. Whereupon Sir Gawaine said, Dost thou yield unto me? And the knight said, I do so. Then Sir Gawaine said, Who art thou? And the knight said, I am called Sir Alardin of the Isles. Very well, said Sir Gawaine. Then I lay my command upon thee in this wise, that thou shalt go to the court of King Arthur, and deliver thyself to him as a captive of my prowess. And thou art to tell him all that thou knowest of the hart, and the hound, and the knight, and the lady, and thou shalt tell him all that hath befallen thee in this assault. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the story of King Arthur and his knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dafni Ma. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. The Book of Three Worthies, Part 3. The Story of Sir Gawaine, Chapter 1st, Part 2. So the knight said that he would do that, and thereupon they parted, the one party going the one way, and the other party going the other way. After that, Sir Gawaine and his brother Gaheris rode a considerable distance, until they came by and by through a woodland into an open plain, and it was now about the time of sunset. And they beheld in the midst of the plain a very stately and noble castle, with 5 towers, and of very great strength. And right here they saw a sight that filled them with great sorrow, for they beheld the dead body of that white brachet lying beside the road like any carrion. and they saw that the hound was pierced through with 3 arrows, wherefore they wist that it had been slain very violently. Now when Sir Gawaine beheld that beautiful hound lying dead in that wise, he was filled with great sorrow. "What a pity it is," he cried, "that this noble hound should be slain in this wise, for I think that it was the most beautiful hound that ever I saw in all my life. Here hath assuredly been great treachery against it, for it hath been foully dealt with because of that white hart which it pursued. Now I make my vow that if I can find that hart, I will slay it with mine own hands, because it was in that chase that this hound met its death." After that they rode forward toward the castle, and as they drew nigh, lo, they beheld that white hart with the golden collar browsing upon the meadows before the castle. Now, as soon as the white hart beheld those 2 strangers, it fled with great speed toward the castle, and it ran into the courtyard of the castle. And when Sir Gawaine beheld the stag, he gave chase in pursuit of it with great speed, and Gaheris followed after his brother. So Sir Gawaine pursued the white hart into the courtyard of the castle, and from thence it could not escape. Then Sir Gawaine leapt him down from his horse, and drew his sword, and slew the hart with a single blow of his weapon. This he did in great haste, but when he had done that, and it was too late to mend it, he repented him of what he had done very sorely. Now, with all this tumult, there came out the lord and the lady of the castle, and the lord was one very haughty and noble aspect, and the lady was extraordinarily graceful and very beautiful of appearance. Sir Gawaine looked upon the lady, and he thought he had hardly ever seen so beautiful a dame, wherefore he was more sorry than ever that in his haste he had slain that white hart. But when the lady of the castle beheld the white hart, that it lay dead upon the stone pavement of the courtyard, she smote her hands together and shrieked with such shrillness and strength that it pierced the ears to hear her, and she cried out, "O my white hart, art thou then dead?" And wherewith she fell to weeping with great passion. And then Sir Gawaine said, "Lady, I am very sorry for what I have done, and I would that I could undo it." Then the lord of the castle said to Sir Gawaine, "Sir, didst thou slay that stag?" "Yea," said Sir Gawaine. "Sir," said the lord of the castle, "thou hast done very ill in this matter, and if thou wilt wait a little, I will take full vengeance upon thee." Unto which Sir Gawaine said, "I will wait for thee as long as it shall please thee." Then the lord of the castle went into his chamber and clad himself in his armor, and in a little while he came out very fiercely. "Sir," said Sir Gawaine, "what is thy quarrel with me?" And the lord of the castle said, "Because thou hast slain the white hart that was so dear to my lady." To the which Sir Gawaine said, "I would not have slain the white hart, only that because of it the white brachet was so treacherously slain." Upon this the lord of the castle was more wroth than ever, and he ran at Sir Gawaine and smote him unawares, so that he clave through the epaulier of his armor, and cut through the flesh, and unto the bone of the shoulder, so that Sir Gawaine was put to a great agony of pain at the stroke. Then Sir Gawaine was filled with rage at the pain of the wound, wherefore he smote the knight so woeful a blow that he cut through his helmet and into the bone beneath, and thereupon the knight fell down upon his knees because of the fierceness of the blow, and he could not rise up again. Then Sir Gawaine catched his helmet and rashed it off from his head. Upon this the knight said in a weak voice, "Sir Knight, I crave mercy of you, and yield myself to you." But Sir Gawaine was very furious with anger because of the unexpected blow which he had received, and because of the great agony of the wound. Wherefore he could not have mercy, but lifted up his sword with intent to slay that knight. Then the lady of the castle beheld what Sir Gawaine was intent to do, and she brake away from her damsels, and ran and flung herself upon the knight, so as to shield him with her own body. And in that moment Sir Gawaine was striking, and could not stay his blow. Nevertheless he was able to turn his sword in his hand, so that the edge thereof did not smite the lady, but the flat of the sword struck her upon the neck a very grievous blow, and the blade cut her a little, so that the blood ran over her smooth white neck and over her kerchief. And with the violence of the blow the lady fell down and lay upon the ground as though she were dead. Now when Sir Gawaine beheld that, he thought that he had slain that lady in his haste, and he was all adread at what he had done, wherefore he cried, "Woe is me! What have I done?" "Alas," said Gaheris, "that was a very shameful blow that thou didst strike, and the shame of it is mine also, because thou art my brother. Now I wish I had not come with thee to this place." Then Sir Gawaine said to the lord of that castle, "Sir, I will spare thy life, for I am very sorry for what I have done in my haste." But the knight of the castle was filled with great bitterness, because he thought that his lady was dead, wherefore he cried out as in despair, "I will not now have thy mercy, for thou art a knight without mercy and without pity, and since thou hast slain my lady, who is dearer to me than my life, thou mayst slay me also, for that is the only service which thou canst now render me." But by now the damsels of the lady had come to her where she lay, and the chiefest of these cried out to the lord of the castle, "Ha, sir, thy lady is not dead, but only in a swoon form, which she will presently recover." Then, when the lord of the castle heard that, he fell to weeping in great measure from pure joy, for now that he knew his lady was alive, he could not contain himself for joy. Therewith Sir Gawaine came to him and lifted him up from the ground where he was, and kissed him upon the cheek. Then certain others came and bare the lady away into her chamber, and there in a little while she recovered from that swoon, and was but little the worse for the blow she had received. That night Sir Gawaine and his brother Gaheris abided with the knight and the lady, and when the knight learned who Sir Gawaine was, he felt it great honour to have so famous a knight in that place. So they feasted together that evening in great amity. Now, after they had refreshed themselves, Sir Gawaine said, "I beseech you, sir, to tell me what was the meaning of the white hart and the white brachet which led me into this adventure." To this the lord of the castle, whose name was Sir Albemarle of the Maries, said, "I will do so," and therewith he spake as follows. "You must know, sir, that I have a brother who hath always been very dear to me, and when I took this, my lady, unto wife, he took her sister as his wife. Now my brother dwelt in a castle nigh to this, and we held commerce together in great amity. But it befell upon a day that my lady and my brother's lady were riding through the forest together, discoursing very pleasantly. One time there appeared a lady unto them, exceedingly beautiful, and of very strange appearance, for I do not think that either my lady or her sister ever beheld her like before. This strange lady brought unto those two ladies a white hart and a white brachet, and the hart and the hound she held each by a silver chain attached to a golden collar that encircled its neck. And the white hart she gave unto my lady, and the white brachet she gave unto my lady's sister. And then she went away, leaving them very glad. But their gladness did not last for very long, for ever since that time there hath been nothing else but discord between my brother and myself, and between my lady and her sister, for the white hound hath ever sought the white hart for to destroy it. Wherefore I and my lady have entertained very great offence against my brother and his lady, because they did not keep the white brachet at home. So it has come to pass that a number of times we have sought to destroy the hound, so that my brother and his lady have held equal offence against us. Now this day it chanced I was toward the outskirts of the forest to the east of us, when I heard a great outcry in the woodland, and by the white hart that belonged to my lady came fleeing through the woodland, and the white brachet that belonged to my brother's lady was in pursuit of it. And my brother and his lady and 2 esquires followed rapidly after the hart and the brachet. Then I was very greatly angered, for it seemed to me that they were chasing that white hart out of despite of my lady and myself, wherefore I followed after them with all speed. So I came upon them at the outskirts of the woodland, nigh to where there were a number of pavilions pitched in the shade of a glade of trees in the midst of the meadow, and there in mine anger I struck my brother a great blow, so that I smote him down from his horse, and I cast his lady, and I threw her across the horn of my saddle, and I bore her away to this castle, and here I have held her out of revenge, because they pursued the white hart which belonged to my lady. For my lady loved that hart as she loved nothing else in the world, excepting myself. Sir, said Sir Gawaine, this is a very strange matter. Now I beseech thee to tell me of what appearance was the lady who gave the white hart and the white hound unto those 2 ladies. Messiah, said the knight, she was clad all in crimson, and about her throat and arms were a great many ornaments of gold beset, with stones of divers colours, and her hair was red like gold, was immersed in a net of gold, and her eyes were very black and shone with exceeding brightness, and her lips were like coral, so that she possessed a very strange appearance. Ha! said Sir Gawaine, from this description methinks the lady should have been none other than the sorceress Vivienne, for now she spendeth all her time in doing such mischief as this by means of her enchantment out of pure despite, and indeed I think it would be a very good thing if she were put out of this world so that she could do no more such mischief. But tell me, Messiah, where now is that lady, thy wife's sister? Sir, said the knight, she is in the castle, and is a prisoner of honour. Well, quoth Sir Gawaine, since now both the hart and the hound are dead, ye can assuredly bear no more enmity toward her and your brother. Wherefore I do beseech you that you will let her go free, and will enter again into a condition of amity and goodwill the one with the other, in such a manner as hath afore obtained between you. And the lord of the castle said, Sir, it shall be so. And so he set the lady free at the time, and thereafter there was amity between them, as Sir Gawaine had ordained. And the next day Sir Gawaine and his brother Gaheris returned unto this court of the king, and he told King Arthur and his court all that had befallen, hiding nothing from them. Now Queen Guinevere was very much displeased when she heard how Sir Gawaine showed no mercy to that knight, and how he had struck the lady with his sword. Wherefore she said aside to one of those who stood nigh to her, It seems to me a very strange thing for a belted knight to do, to refuse to give mercy unto a fallen enemy, and to strike a lady with his sword. For I should think that any sword that had drawn blood from a lady in such wise would be dishonoured for aye, and I cannot think that anyone who would strike a lady in that wise would hold himself guiltless unto his vow of knighthood. This Sir Gawaine overheard, and he was exceedingly wroth thereat. but he concealed his anger at the time. Only after he had gone away he said to Gawaine his brother, I believe that the lady hateth me with all her heart, but sometime I will show to her that I have in me more courtesy, and I am more gentle than she believes me to be. As for my sword, since she deemeth to be dishonoured by that blow, I will not use it any more. So he took the sword out of its sheath, and brake it across his knee, and flung it away. Now all this hath been told to set forth that which follows, for there ye shall learn what great things of nobility Sir Gawaine could do when it behooved him to do them. For haply ye who have read this story may feel as Queen Guinevere did, that Sir Gawaine was not rightwise courteous as a belted knight should have been in that adventure aforetold. End of section 38. Recording by Dafni Ma.
Section 39 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by AdamPerkins. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. Chapter 2nd. How King Arthur became lost in the forest, and how he fell into a very singular adventure in a castle unto which he came. Now it befell upon a time some while after this, that King Arthur was at Tintagalon upon certain affairs of state, and Queen Guinevere and her court and the king's court made progression from Camelot unto Carleon, and there they abided until the king should be through his business at Tintagalon, and should join them at Carleon. Now that time was the spring of the year, and all things were very jolly and gay. Wherefore King Arthur became possessed with a great desire for adventure. So he called unto him a certain favourite esquire, hight Boisengard, and he said to him, Boisengard, this day is so pleasant that I hardly know how I may contain myself because of the joy I take in it. For it seems to be that my heart is nigh ready to burst with a great pleasure of desiring. So I am of a mind to go a-gadding with only thee for companion. To this Boisengard said, Lord, I know of nothing that would give to me a greater pleasure than that. So King Arthur said, Very well, let us then go away from this place in such a manner that no one will be aware of our departure. And so we will go to Carleon and surprise the queen by coming unexpectedly to that place. So Boisengard brought armor without device, and he clad the king in that armor. And then they two rode forth together, and no one wist that they had left the castle. And when they came forth into the fields, King Arthur whistled and sang and jested and laughed and made himself merry. For he was as a war horse turned forth upon the grass that taketh glory in the sunshine and the warm air, and becometh like unto a colt again. So by and by they came into the forest, and rode that way with great content of spirit. And they took this path, and they took that path, for no reason, but because the day was so gay and jolly. So by and by they lost their way in the mazes of the woodland, and knew not where they were. Now, when they found themselves to be lost in that wise, they journeyed with more circumspection, going first by this way and then by that, but in no manner could they find their way out from their entanglement. And so fell night time, and they knew not where they were, but all became very dark and obscure, with the woodland full of strange and unusual sounds around about them. Then King Arthur said, Boisengard, this is a very perplexing pass, and I do not know how we shall find lodging for this night. To this Boisengard said, Lord, if I have thy permission to do so, I will climb one of these trees, and see if I can discover any sign of habitation in this wilderness. And King Arthur said, Do so, I pray thee. So Boisengard climbed a very tall tree, and from the top of the tree he beheld a light a great distance away, and he said, Lord, I see a light in that direction. And therewith he came down from the tree again. So King Arthur and Boisengard went in the direction that Boisengard had beheld the light, and by they came out of the forest and into an open place where they beheld a very great castle with several tall towers, very grim and forbidding of appearance. And it was from this castle that the light had appeared that Boisengard had seen. So they too rode up to the castle, and Boisengard called aloud and smote upon the gate of the castle. Then immediately there came a porter and demanded of them what they would have. Unto him Boisengard said, Sirrah, we would come into lodge for tonight, for we are aweary. So the porter said, Who are you? Speaking very roughly and rudely to them, for he could not see of what condition they were because of the darkness. Then Boisengard said, This is a knight of very good quality, and I am his esquire, and we have lost our way in the forest, and now we come hither seeking shelter. Sir, said the porter, if ye know what is good for you, ye will sleep in the forest rather than come into this place, for this is no very good retreat for errant knights to shelter themselves. Upon this King Arthur bespake the porter, for that which the porter said aroused great curiosity within him. So he said, Nay, we will not go away from here, and we demand to lodge here for this night. Then the porter said, Very well, ye may come in. And thereupon he opened the gate, and they rode into the courtyard of that castle. Now at the noise of their coming there appeared a great many lights within the castle, and there came running forth divers attendants. Some of these aided King Arthur and Boisengard to dismount, and others took the horses, and others again brought basins of water for them to wash withal. And after they had washed their faces and hands, other attendants brought them into the castle. Now as they came into the castle, they were aware of a great noise of very many people talking and laughing together, with the sound of singing and of harping. And so they came into the hall of the castle, and beheld that it was lighted with a great number of candles and tapers and torches. Here they found a multitude of people gathered at a table spread for a feast, and at the head of the table there sat a knight, well advanced in years, and with hair and beard white as milk. Yet he was exceedingly strong and sturdy of frame, having shoulders of wonderful broadness, and a great girth of chest. This knight was of a very stern and forbidding appearance, and was clad altogether in black, and he wore around his neck a chain of gold, with a locket of gold hanging pendant from it. Now when this knight beheld King Arthur and Boisengard come into the hall, he called aloud to them in a very great voice, bidding them to come and sit with him at the head of the table. And they did so, and those at the head of the table made place for them, and thus they sat there beside the knight. Now King Arthur and Boisengard were exceedingly hungry, wherefore they ate with great appetite, and made joy of the entertainment which they received. And meantime the knight held them in very pleasant discourse, talking to them of such things as would give them the most entertainment. So after a while the feast was ended, and they ceased from eating. Then of a sudden the knight said to King Arthur, Messire, thou art young and lusty of spirit, and I doubt not but thou hast a great heart within thee. What say you now to a little sport betwixt us two? Upon this King Arthur regarded that knight very steadily, and he believed that his face was not so old as it looked, for his eyes were exceedingly bright, and shone like sparks of light. Wherefore he was a doubt, and he said, Sir, what sport would you have? Upon this the knight fell a laughing in great measure, and he said, This is a very strange sport that I have in mind, for it is this, that thou and I shall prove the one unto the other what courage each of us may have. And King Arthur said, How shall we prove that? Whereunto the knight made reply, This is what we shall do. Thou and I shall stand forth in the middle of this hall, and thou shalt have leave to try to strike off my head. And if I can receive that blow without dying therefrom, then I shall have leave to strike thy head off in a like manner. Upon this speech King Arthur was greatly adread, and he said, That is very strange sport for two men to engage upon. Now when King Arthur said this, all those who were in the hall burst out laughing beyond all measure, and as though they would never stint from their mirth. Then, when they had become in a measure quiet again, the knight of that castle said, "Sir, art thou afraid of that sport?" Upon which King Arthur fell very angry, and he said, "Nay, I am not afeard, for no man hath ever yet had reason to say that I showed myself afeard of anyone." "Very well," said the knight of the castle, "then let us try that sport of which I spake." And King Arthur said, "I am willing." Then Boisenard came to King Arthur where he was, and he said, "Lord, do not thou enter into this thing, but rather let me undertake this venture in thy stead, for I am assured that some great treachery is meditated against thee." But King Arthur said, "Nay, no man shall take my danger upon himself, but I will assume mine own danger without calling upon any man to take it." So he said to the knight of the castle, "Sir, I am ready for that sport of which thou didst speak, but who is to strike that first blow, and how shall we draw lots therefore?" "Messire," said the knight of the castle, "there shall be no lots drawn, for as thou art the guest of this place, so shall thou have first assay at that sport." Therewith that knight arose and laid aside his black robe, and he was clad beneath in a shirt of fine linen, very cunningly worked, and he wore hosen of crimson. Then he opened that linen undergarment at the throat, and he turned down the collar thereof so as to lay his neck bare to the blow. Thereupon he said, "Now, Sir Knight, thou shalt have to strike well if thou wouldst win at this sport." But King Arthur showed no dread of that undertaking, for he arose and drew Excalibur so that the blade of the sword flashed with exceeding brightness. Then he measured his distance, and lifted the sword, and he smote the knight of the castle with all his might upon the neck. And lo, the blade cut through the neck of the knight of the castle with wonderful ease, so that the head flew from the body to a great distance away. But the trunk of the body of that knight did not fall, but instead of that it stood, and it walked to where the head lay, and the hands of the trunk picked up the head, and they set the head back upon the body. And lo, that knight was as sound and whole as ever he had been in all his life. Upon this all those of the castle shouted and made great mirth, and they called upon King Arthur that it was now his turn to try that sport. So the king prepared himself, laying aside his surcoat and opening his undergarment at the throat, as the knight of the castle had done, and at that Boisenard made great lamentation. Then the knight of the castle said, "Sir, art thou afeard?" And King Arthur said, "No, I am not afeard, for every man must come to his death sometime, and it appears that my time hath now come, and that I am to lay down my life in this foolish fashion for no fault of mine own." Then the knight of the castle said, "Well, stand thou away a little distance, so that I may not strike thee too close, and so lose the virtue of my blow." So King Arthur stood forth in the midst of the hall, and the knight of the castle swung his sword several times, but did not strike. Likewise he several times laid the blade of the sword upon King Arthur's neck, and it was very cold. Then King Arthur cried out in great passion, "Sir, it is thy right to strike, but I beseech thee not to torment me in this manner." "Nay," said the knight of the castle, "it is my right to strike when it pleases me, and I will not strike any before that time. For if it please me, I will torment thee for a great while ere I slay thee." So he laid his sword several times more upon King Arthur's neck, and King Arthur said no more, but bore that torment with a very steadfast spirit. Then the knight of the castle said, "Thou appearest to be a very courageous and honorable knight, and I have a mind to make a covenant with thee." And King Arthur said, "What is that covenant?" "It is this," said the knight of the castle, "I will spare thee thy life for a year and a day if thou wilt pledge me thy knightly word to return hither at the end of that time." Then King Arthur said, "Very well, it shall be so." And therewith he pledged his knightly word to return at the end of that time, swearing to that pledge upon the cross of the hilt of Excalibur. Then the knight of the castle said, I will make another covenant with thee. What is it? Said King Arthur. My second covenant is this, quoth the knight of the castle. I will give to thee a riddle, and if thou wilt answer that riddle when thou returnest hither, and if thou makest no mistake in that answer, then will I spare thy life and set thee free. And King Arthur said, What is that riddle? To which the knight made reply, The riddle is this. What is it that a woman desires most of all in the world? Sir, said King Arthur, I will seek to find the answer to that riddle, and I give thee gramercy for sparing my life for so long a time as thou hast done, and for giving me the chance to escape my death. Upon this, the knight of the castle smiled very sourly, and he said, I do not offer this to thee because of mercy to thee, but because I find pleasure in tormenting thee. For what delight canst thou have in living thy life when thou knowest that thou must, for a surety, die at the end of one short year? And what pleasure canst thou have in living even that year when thou shalt be tormented with anxiety to discover the answer to my riddle? Then King Arthur said, I think thou art very cruel. And the knight said, I am not denying that. So that night King Arthur and Boisenard lay at the castle, and the next day they took their way thence. And King Arthur was very heavy and troubled in spirit. Natheless, he charged Boisenard that he should say nothing concerning that which had befallen, but that he should keep it in secret. And Boisenard did as the king commanded, and said nothing concerning that adventure. Now in that year which followed, King Arthur settled his affairs. Also he sought everywhere to find the answer to that riddle. Many there were who gave him answers in plenty, for one said that a woman most desired wealth, and another said she most desired beauty, and one said she desired power to please, and another said that she most desired fine raiment, and one said this, and another said that. But no answer appeared to King Arthur to be good and fitting for his purpose. So the year passed by until only a fortnight remained, and then King Arthur could not abide to stay where he was any longer, for it seemed to him his time was very near to hand, and he was filled with a very bitter anxiety of soul, wherefore he was very restless to be away. So he called Boisenard to him, and he said, Boisenard, help me to arm, for I am going away. Then Boisenard fell a weeping in very great measure, and he said, Lord, do not go. At this King Arthur looked very sternly at his esquire, and said, Boisenard, how is this? Wouldst thou tempt me to violate mine honor? It is not very hard to die, but it would be very bitter to live my life in dishonor. Wherefore tempt me no more, but do my bidding, and hold thy peace. And if I do not return in a month from this time, then mayest thou tell all that hath befallen. And thou mayest tell Sir Constantine of Cornwall that he is to search the papers in my cabinet, and that there he will find all that is to be done should death overtake me. So Boisenard put a plain suit of armor upon King Arthur, though he could hardly see what he was about for the tears that flowed down out of his eyes in great abundance. And he laced upon the armor of the king a surcoat without device, and he gave the king a shield without device. Thereupon King Arthur rode away without considering whither his way took him. And of everyone whom he met he inquired what that thing was that a woman most desired, and no one could give him an answer that appeared to him to be what it should be. Wherefore he was in great doubt and torment of spirit. Now the day before King Arthur was to keep his covenant at that castle, he was wandering through the adjacent forest in great travail of soul, for he wist not what he should do to save his life. As he wandered so, he came of a sudden upon a small hut built up under an overhanging oak tree, so that it was very hard to tell where the oak tree ended and the hut began. And there were a great many large rocks all about covered with moss, so that the king might very easily have passed by the hut, only that he beheld a smoke to arise therefrom as from a fire that burned within. So he went to the hut and opened the door and entered. At first he thought there was no one there, but when he looked again he beheld an old woman sitting bent over a small fire that burned upon the hearth. And King Arthur had never beheld such an ugly beldame as that one who sat there bending over that fire, for her ears were very huge and flapped, and her hair hung down over her head like to snakes, and her face was covered all over with wrinkles, so that there were not any places at all where there was not a wrinkle. And her eyes were bleared and covered over with a film, and the eyelids were red as with the continual weeping of her eyes, and she had but one tooth in her mouth, and her hands, which she spread out to the fire, were like claws of bone. Then King Arthur gave her greeting, and she gave the king greeting, and she said to him, "My lord king, whence come ye, and why do you come to this place?" Then King Arthur was greatly astonished that the old woman should know him, who he was, and he said, "Who are you that appeareth to know me?" "No matter," said she, "I am one who meaneth you well. So tell me what is the trouble that brings you here at this time." So the king confessed all his trouble to that old woman, and he asked her if she knew the answer to that riddle. "What is it that a woman most desires?" "Yea," said the old woman, "I know the answer to that riddle very well, but I will not tell it to thee unless thou wilt promise me something in return." At this King Arthur was filled with very great joy that the old woman should know the answer of that riddle, and he was filled with doubt of what she would demand of him. Wherefore he said, "What is it thou must have in return for that answer?" Then the old woman said, "If I aid thee to guess thy riddle aright, thou must promise that I shall become wife unto one of the knights of thy court, whom I may choose when thou returnest homeward again." "Ha!" said King Arthur, "how may I promise that upon the behalf of anyone?" Upon this the old woman said, "Are not the knights of thy court of such nobility that they will do that to save thee from death?" "I believe they are," said King Arthur, and with that he meditated a long while, saying unto himself, "What will my kingdom do if I die at this time? I have no right to die." So he said to the old woman, "Very well, I will make that promise." Then she said unto the king, "This is the answer to that riddle. That which a woman most desires is to have her will." And the answer seemed to King Arthur to be altogether right. Then the old woman said, "My lord king, thou hast been played upon by that knight who hath led thee into this trouble, for he is a great conjurer and a magician of a very evil sort. He carrieth his life not within his body, but in a crystal globe which he weareth in a locket hanging about his neck. Wherefore it was that when thou didst cut the head from off his body, his life remained in that locket, and he did not die. But if thou hadst destroyed that locket, then he would immediately have died." "I will mind me of that," said King Arthur. So King Arthur abided with that old woman for that night, and she refreshed him with meat and drink, and served him very well. And the next morning he set forth unto that castle where he had made his covenant, and his heart was more cheerful than it had been for a whole year. End of section 39. Recording by AdamPerkins. Section 40 of the Story of King Arthur and His Knights. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by AdamPerkins. The Story of King Arthur and His Knights by Howard Pyle. Part 3, The Story of Sir Gawaine, Chapter 3rd, and Conclusion. How King Arthur overcame the Knight Enchanter, and how Sir Gawaine manifested the high nobility of his knighthood. Now, when King Arthur came to the castle, the gateway thereof was immediately opened to him, and he entered. And when he had entered, sundry attendants came and conducted him into the hall where he had aforetime been. There he beheld the knight of that castle, and a great many people who had come to witness the conclusion of the adventure. And when the knight beheld King Arthur, he said to him, "Sir, hast thou come to redeem thy pledge?" Yea, said King Arthur, for so I made my vow to thee. Then the knight of the castle said, Sir, hast thou guessed that riddle? And King Arthur said, I believe that I have. The knight of the castle said, Then let me hear thy answer thereto. But if thou makest any mistake, or if thou dost not guess aright, then is thy life forfeit. Very well, said King Arthur, let it be that way. Now this is the answer to thy riddle. That which a woman most desires is to have her will. Now when the lord of the castle heard King Arthur guess aright, he wist not what to say or where to look, and those who were there also perceived that the king had guessed aright. Then King Arthur came very close to that knight with great sternness of demeanour, and he said, Now, thou traitor knight, thou didst ask me to enter into thy sport with thee a year ago, so at these present it is my turn to ask thee to have sport with me, and this is the sport I will have, that thou shalt give me that chain and locket that hang about thy neck, and that I shall give thee the collar which hangeth about my neck. At this, the face of that knight fell all pale, like to ashes, and he emitted a sound similar to the sound made by a hare when the hound lays hold upon it. Then King Arthur catched him very violently by the arm, and he catched the locket, and brake it away from about the knight's neck. And upon that the knight shrieked very loud, and fell down upon his knees, and besought mercy of the king. And there was great uproar in that place. Then King Arthur opened the locket, and lo, there was a ball as of crystal, very clear and shining. And King Arthur said, I will have no mercy. And therewith he flung the ball violently down upon the stone of the pavement, so that it brake with a loud noise. Then, upon that instant, the knight conjurer gave a piercing, bitter cry, and fell down upon the ground. And when they ran to raise him up, behold, he was entirely dead. Now when the people of that castle beheld their knight thus suddenly dead, and when they beheld King Arthur how he stood in the fury of his kingly majesty, they were greatly afeared, so that they shrunk away from the king where he stood. Then the king turned and went out from that castle, and no one stayed him, and he mounted his horse and rode away, and no one gave him let or hindrance in his going. Now when the king had left the castle in that wise, he went straight to the hut where was the old beldame, and he said to her, Thou hast holpen me a very great deal in mine hour of need, so now will I fulfill that pledge which I made unto thee. For I will take thee unto my court, and thou shalt choose one of my knights for thy husband. For I think there is not one knight in all my court, but would be very glad to do anything that lieth in his power to reward one who hath saved me, as thou hast done this day. Therewith he took that old woman, and he lifted her up upon the crupper of his horse. Then he himself mounted upon his horse, and so they rode away from that place. And the king comported himself to that aged beldame in all ways with the utmost consideration, as though she had been a beautiful dame of the highest degree in the land. Likewise he showed her such respect, that had she been a lady of royal blood, he could not have shown greater respect to her. So in due time they reached the court which was then at Carleon, and they came there nigh about midday. Now about that time it chanced that the queen and a number of the lords of the court and a number of the ladies of the court were out in the fields enjoying the pleasantness of Maytime. For no one in all the world, excepting the esquire Boisengard, knew anything of the danger that beset King Arthur. Hence all were very glad of the pleasantness of the season. Now as King Arthur drew nigh to that place, these lifted up their eyes and beheld him come, and they were astonished beyond all measure to see King Arthur come to them across that field, with that old beldame behind him upon the saddle, wherefore they stood still to wait until King Arthur reached them. But when King Arthur had come to them, he did not dismount from his horse, but sat thereon and regarded them all very steadfastly. And Queen Guinevere said, Sir, what is this? Hast thou a mind to play some merry jest this day, that thou hast brought hither that old woman? "Lady," said King Arthur, "excepting for this old woman, it were like to have been a very sorry jest for thee and for me. For had she not aided me, I would now have been a dead man, and in a few days you would doubtless all have been in great passion of sorrow." Then all they who were there marveled very greatly at the king's words. And the queen said, "Sir, what is it that hath befallen thee?" Thereupon King Arthur told them all that had happened to him from the very beginning, when he and Boisengard had left the castle of Tintagalon. And when he had ended his story, they were greatly amazed. Now there were 17 lords of the court there present. So when King Arthur had ended his story, he said unto these, "Messires, I have given my pledge unto this aged woman, that any one of you whom she may choose shall take her unto him as his wife, and shall treat her with all the regard that it is possible for him to do. For this was the condition that she laid upon me. Now tell me, did I do right in making unto her my pledge that I would fulfill that which she desired?" And all of those who were present said, "Yea, Lord, thou didst right, for we would do all in the world for to save thee from such peril as that from which thou hast escaped." Then King Arthur said to that old woman, "Lady, is there any of these knights here whom you would choose for to be your husband?" Upon this the old woman pointed with her very long bony finger unto Sir Gawaine, saying,
"Yea, I would marry that lord, for I see by the chain that is around his neck, and by the golden circlet upon his hair, and by the haughty nobility of his aspect, that he must be the son of a king."
Then King Arthur said unto Sir Gawaine, "Sir, art thou willing to fulfill my pledge unto this old woman?" And Sir Gawaine said, "Yea, Lord, whatsoever thou requirest of me, that will I do." So Sir Gawaine came to the old woman, and took her into his hands, and set it to his lips, and not one of all those present so much as smiled. Then they all turned their faces and returned unto the king's castle, and they were very silent and downcast, for this was sore trouble that had come upon that court. Now after they had returned unto the court, they assigned certain apartments therein to that old woman, and they clad her in rich raiment, such as a queen might wear, and they assigned unto her a court, such as was fit for a queen. And it seemed to all the court that, in the rich robes which she wore, she was 10 times more ugly than she was before. So when 11 days had passed, Sir Gawaine was wedded to that old woman in the chapel of the king's court with great ceremony and pomp of circumstance, and all of those who were there were as sad and as sorrowful as though Sir Gawaine had been called upon to suffer his death. Afterward, that they were married, Sir Gawaine and the old woman went to Sir Gawaine's house, and there Sir Gawaine shut himself off from all the world, and suffered no one to come nigh him. For he was proud beyond all measure, and in this great humiliation he suffered in such a wise that words cannot tell how great was that humiliation. Wherefore he shut himself away from the world, that no one might behold his grief and his shame. And all the rest of that day he walked continually up and down his chamber, for he was altogether in such despair that it came unto his mind that it would be well if he took his own life. For it seemed to him impossible for to suffer such shame as that which had come upon him. So after a while it fell the dark of the early night, and therewith a certain strength came to Sir Gawaine, and he said, "This is a shame for me, for to behave in this way. For since I have married that lady, she is my true wedded wife, and I do not treat her with that regard unto which she hath the right." So he went out of that place, and sought the apartment of that old woman, who was his wife, and by that time it was altogether dark. But when Sir Gawaine had come into that place where she was, the old woman upbraided him, crying out upon him,
"So, sir, you have treated me but ill upon this our wedding day, for you have stayed all the afternoon away from me, and now only come to me when it is dark night."
And Sir Gawaine said, "Lady, I could not help it, for I was very sore oppressed with many cares. But if I have disregarded thee this day, I do beseech thy forgiveness therefore, and I will hold myself willing to do all that is in my power to recompense thee for any neglect that I have placed upon thee." Then the lady said, "Sir, it is very dark in this place. Let us then have a light." "It shall be as thou dost desire," said Sir Gawaine, "and I myself will go and fetch a light for thee." So Sir Gawaine went forth from that place, and he brought 2 waxen tapers, one in either hand, and he bore them in candlesticks of gold, for he was minded to show all respect unto that old woman. And when he came into the room, he perceived that she was at the farther end of the apartment, and he went toward her, and she arose and stood before him as he approached. But when the circle of light fell upon that old woman, and when Sir Gawaine beheld her who stood before him, he cried out aloud in a very great voice, because of the great marvel and wonder of that which he saw. For instead of that old woman whom he had left, he beheld a lady of extraordinary beauty, and in the very flower of her youth. And he beheld that her hair was long and glossy and very black, and that her eyes were likewise black like to black jewels, and that her lips were like coral, and her teeth were like pearls. So for a while Sir Gawaine could not speak, and then he cried out, "Lady, lady, who art thou?" Then that lady smiled upon Sir Gawaine with such loving kindness that he wist not what to think, other than that this was an angel who had descended to that place out of paradise. Wherefore he stood before her for a long time and could find no more words to say, and she continued to smile upon him very kindly in that wise. Then by and by Sir Gawaine said to her, "Lady, where is that dame who is my wife?" And the lady said, "Sir Gawaine, I am she." "It is not possible," cried out Sir Gawaine, "for she was old and extraordinarily ugly, but I believe that thou art beautiful beyond any lady whom I have beheld." And the lady said, "Nevertheless, I am she, and because thou hast taken me for thy wife with thine own free will and with great courtesy, so is a part of that enchantment that lay upon me removed from me, for I will now be able to appear before thee in mine own true shape. For whiles I was a little while ago so ugly and foul as thou didst behold me to be, now am I to be as thou seest me, for 1/2 the day, and the other half thereof I must be ugly as I was before." Then Sir Gawaine was filled beyond all words with great joy, and with that joy there came an extreme passion of loving regard for that lady. So he cried out aloud several times, "This is surely the most wonderful thing that ever befell any man in all the world." Therewith he fell down upon his knees, and took that lady's hands into his own hands, and kissed her hands with great fervor, and all the while she smiled upon him as she had done at first. Then again the lady said, "Come, sit thee down beside me, and let us consider what part of the day I shall be in the one guise, and what part of the day I shall be in the other guise. For all day I may have the one appearance, and all night I may have the other appearance." Then Sir Gawaine said, "I would have thee in this guise during the night time, for then we are together at our own inn, and since thou art of this sort that I now see thee, I do not at all reckon how the world may regard thee." Upon this the lady spake with great animation, saying, "No, sir, I would not have it in that wise, for every woman loveth the regard of the world, and I would fain enjoy such beauty as is mine before the world, and not endure the scorn and contempt of men and women." To this Sir Gawaine said, "Lady, I would have it the other way." And she said, "Nay, I would have it my way." Then Sir Gawaine said, "So be it, for since I have taken thee for my wife, so must I show thee respect in all matters, wherefore thou shalt have thy will in this and in all other things." Then that lady fell a-laughing beyond all measure, and she said, "Sir, I did but put this as a last trial upon thee, for as I am now, so shall I always be." Upon this Sir Gawaine was so filled with joy that he knew not how to contain himself. So they sat together for a long time, hand in hand. Then after a while Sir Gawaine said, "Lady, who art thou?" Unto which she made reply, "I am one of the ladies of the lake, but for thy sake I have become mortal like to other women, and have quit that very beautiful home where I one time dwelt. I have kept thee in my heart for a considerable while, for I was not very far distant at that time when thou didst bid adieu to Sir Pellias beside the lake. There I beheld how thou didst weep and bewail thyself when Sir Pellias left thee, wherefore my heart went out to thee with great pity. So after a while I quitted that lake and became mortal for thy sake. Now, when I found the trouble into which King Arthur had fallen, I took that occasion to have him fetch me unto thee, so that I might test the entire nobility of thy knighthood, and lo, I have found it all that I deemed it possible to be. For though I appeared to thee so aged, so ugly, and so foul, yet hast thou treated me with such kind regard that I do not believe that thou couldst have behaved with more courtesy to me had I been the daughter of a king. Wherefore it doth now afford me such pleasure for to possess thee for my knight and my true lord, that I cannot very well tell thee how great is my joy therein." Then Sir Gawaine said, "Lady, I do not think it can be so great as my joy in possessing thee." And thereupon he came to her and laid his hand upon her shoulder and kissed her upon the lips. Then after that he went forth and called with a great voice all through that house, and the people of the house came running from everywhere, and he commanded that the people should bring lights and refreshments, and they brought the lights, and when they had brought them, and beheld that beautiful lady instead of the aged dame, they were filled with great wonder and joy. Wherefore they cried out loud and clapped their hands together and made much sound of rejoicing. And they set a great feast for Sir Gawaine and his lady, and in place of the sorrow and darkness that had been, there was joy and light and music and dancing. Wherefore those of the king's court, beholding this from a distance, said, "It is very strange that Sir Gawaine should have taken so much joy of having wedded that old beldame." But when the next morning had come, that lady clad herself in raiment of yellow silk, and she hung about her many strands of precious stones of several colors, and she set a golden crown upon her head. And Sir Gawaine let call his horse, and he let call a snow-white palfrey for the lady, and thereupon they rode out from that place and entered the court of the king. But when the king and the queen and their several courts beheld that lady, they were filled with such great astonishment that they wist not what to say for pure wonder. And when they heard all that had happened, they gave great joy and loud acclaim, so that all their mourning was changed into rejoicing. And indeed there was not one knight there of all that court who would not have given half his life to have been so fortunate in that matter as was Sir Gawaine, the son of King Lot of Orkney. Such is the story of Sir Gawaine, and from it I draw this significance. As that poor ugly beldame appeared unto the eyes of Sir Gawaine, so doth a man's duty sometimes appear to him to be ugly and exceedingly ill-favored unto his desires. But when he shall have wedded himself unto that duty, so that he hath made it one with him as a bridegroom maketh himself one with his bride, then doth that duty become of a sudden very beautiful unto him and unto others. So may it be with ye, that you shall take duty unto yourselves, no matter how much it may mislike ye to do so. For indeed a man shall hardly have any real pleasure in his life, unless his inclination becometh wedded unto his duty, and cleaveth unto it as a husband cleaveth unto his wife. For when inclination is thus wedded unto duty, then doth the soul take great joy unto itself, as though a wedding had taken place betwixt a bridegroom and a bride within its tabernacle. Likewise, when you shall have become entirely wedded unto your duty, then shall you become equally worthy with that good knight and gentleman Sir Gawaine. For it needs not that a man shall wear armor for to be a true knight, but only that he shall do his best endeavor with all patience and humility as it hath been ordained for him to do. Wherefore, when your time cometh unto you to display your knightness by assuming your duty, I do pray that you also may approve yourself as worthy as Sir Gawaine approved himself in this story, which I have told you of as above written. Conclusion. So endeth this volume, wherein hath been told, with every circumstance of narration, the history of those three worthies who were of the court of King Arthur. And now, if God will give me the grace to do so, I will sometime, at no very great time from this, write the further history of sundry other knights and worthies of whom I have not yet spoken. And among the first of these shall be Sir Launcelot, whom all the world knoweth to have been the greatest knight in prowess of arms of any who has lived, excepting Sir Galahad, who was his son. And I shall tell you the story of Sir Gawaine and Sir Geraint, and of Sir Percival, and of sundry others. But of this another time, for now with great regret I bid you adieu, and bring this history unto a close. So may God grant us to come together at another time with such happiness and prosperity that you may have a free and untroubled heart to enjoy the narrated history of those excellent men which I shall then set before you. Amen. End of section 40. Recording by AdamPerkins, Eagle Mountain, Utah. End of the story of King Arthur and his Knights by Howard Pyle.